train wreck has
CoCoTALK
left
would
the
like to thank
station.
our patrons who sponsor our show. So warm gratitude goes to Al Hartman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Frodo NL, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Bebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., and Tim Lindner. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Why, hello everybody, and welcome to an exciting episode of CoCoTALK. Are you excited to be here today? Because I know we are. Oh, this is going to be a great show. I can just feel it.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Oops. Hello and welcome, everybody. And we're going to be starting the show off with a special video and song by Bruce D. Moore. Are we ready? I think we're ready. Go for it, Mr. Moore.
Push the button, Frank.
C64. Vic 20 is such a bore. Apple II is priced so high.
Yeah.
Tandy, I'm gonna buy.
Hey, told you.
I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. Gonna play till the sun goes down. Ain't no final games around. Model 100 in my car. Just like Fletcher, I'll go far.
Nice.
I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy.
I need it tonight.
JT,
I need it tonight.
I knew you would.
40 years have come and gone. Tandy, I'm still counting on. Software, hardware, something new. Can't do without my switcheroo.
Indeed.
Sponsorship.
Tandy. I want Tandy. I
Oh, wow.
All right.
Oh, yeah. That's fantastic.
Oh, Jacob is helped with that too. Jacob Moore, his son.
Oh, so we've got James Diffendaffer to blame for that one.
Apologies to Bow Wow Wow.
Oh, what an
That
excellent
was really,
production
really
from, is it Bruce D. Moore now? Have you changed your order of your names?
D. Bruce.
Okay, all right, so
Yeah.
it's like Count de Monet, it's Bruce de Moore, so.
No, Curtis L. Boyle here.
Curtis L.
Yeah, I called you out one time. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
that was great, sir.
Thanks. Yeah. So
That
I
was
just,
awesome.
I just got this text out of the blue. It just said, "Hey, you ever thought of doing a parody of I Want Candy called I Want Tandy?" This is from James, and I was like, I don't even know the song, and I looked it up, and then the next text that comes to me is, "Once you can't unhear it." I couldn't unhear it, and then I just had to do it, and then Jacob.
I can't believe you have never heard that song before. That is such an iconic MTV generation.
I didn't remember it.
Oh,
but I think
okay.
when I heard it, it's like, oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But I didn't know what he was talking about. And then Jacob and I got, I think Jacob actually came up with the switcheroo line.
Oh, that's awesome. That is
We're
awesome.
working on rhymes, and then he's singing on the chorus with me there, too. So
That is awesome. That is so
So
cool.
the check is in the mail for Jacob then.
Yeah.
I was surprised as you, although I heard that it was going to be in there, but it was after it was already done, and I predicted the rhyme. I was like, oh, here it comes.
There it comes.
Switcheroo. Here it comes. Switcheroo.
Yeah, product
Still
placement.
available now.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That was awesome.
How
I like
long?
you repeated the I need it tonight. I like that.
Yeah. It's never sounded more creepy than hearing JT say, "I need it tonight. I need it tonight, Fletcher." Oh, JT.
Honestly, you should have heard the first mix I did, because I had that going over and over again. I thought, this is getting really kind of like after
Little
dark.
getting yeah. We're going to the dark
Tonight,
side.
over and over
I
again.
need it. I need to get that drop from you to put it in my soundboard, though. So drop that in the audio
Oh, yeah?
folder. Yeah,
JT's.
yeah,
Okay.
I
We need David Ladd saying that line also.
Oh, I need it tonight.
Crikey.
Here you go.
Here we go with creepy.
You couldn't encourage it.
Mr. Creepy David Ladd.
You couldn't fit Nightmare Highway in there.
What rhymes with Nightmare Highway?
Nothing.
Oh,
Frightmare
That was
Highway,
that was
maybe? I don't know.
excellent.
Did it my way.
yeah. Thank you for another great production, DeBruce. We have so many. We were just talking about this right before the show. There's so many things that we've accumulated over the years that we really need to have almost a celebration episode where we can do the best of, like the best of Samuel Gimes and the best of D. Bruce Moore productions, because there's been so many, you know. So
We should
yeah.
make a best of cassette.
Yeah, we should. Absolutely. And available through KTEL Records. That's right. Ron Popeil's got the...
On vinyl.
Maybe there's a record presser that I know of, album presser. But
You get it for a
If we do a cassette version of it, I'm happy to do the cassette production of it.
Yeah,
It would be easy to
we
do.
actually have enough where we could do a club. We could do the tape of the week of a Coco Thoughts on tape. We have right now we've got like 53 Coco Thoughts. We've got a year's worth of.
well, you get the first 10 for 1 penny.
That's
Hey,
right.
Steve.
That's right. Yeah.
Steve, you do realize that this is a group that actually has cassette players.
That is true. That is true. Audio
You
on.
probably could 3D print a vinyl record
Right.
these days too. So.
Audio on, motor on. All right. So David Ladd, take it away. Our host with the most.
All right, everybody. So let's get in with our panel introductions today. I hope we're all ready. And first, we're starting up in the top left with Bruce Moore.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. Kind of took the summer off. It's actually hard to get on to CoCoTALK because I have other things happening the same time on Saturdays, but I'm glad to be here today.
We're glad to have you.
It's good to have you here, Bruce.
Yeah, welcome back.
hello,
Hey.
Maestro.
All right, next on our panel is Stevie Strobridge.
Why, hello. I am so excited to be here today. I can just feel that this is going to be a great show. I have got my weasel, I've got my grease, I've got my floppies, and they're in flux.
Oh, dear Lord.
Best impression ever.
Ratings.
All right. Next on the list is our Alan Murphy.
There is no way I'm gonna follow that.
Next on the list after him is Mark Bosley.
Hello. Any adults in the room?
No adult supervision here today.
No, that's probably good. Next on the list is Terry Steggy.
Hello, all.
Hey, Terry.
Hey, Terry.
All right, moving on down, we're going to hit Ron Delvo.
Hey, I want Tandy. Sounds like Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway. Dink-a-dink-a-dink-a-dink-a-dink. All these couches on the street. Dink-a-dink-a-dink-a-dink.
I can see some more parodies coming.
Complete.
My feet.
The power of Terry will complete. Dink-a-dink-a-dink-a-dink. Sorry about that.
Okay, Bruce, there you got some more work for you.
I think Ron Delvo had a good one there. The Sinatra, I did it my way.
Yeah.
On Nightmare Highway.
Oh, Lordy. All right, next on the list is our local Apple guy. We've got Mark Overholzer.
Hey there, glad to be here. Glad you're here.
When you
Lying!
I think that's pre-wedding jitters, I think, a little bit there.
I'm so
Possibly.
glad. When you get married, is your name going to change to Underholzer?
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, I think we're going to move on from that one. All right, next on the list is Jason Reiger.
Why, hello, everyone. I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper, and I'm ready to go. And I've got over 13 pounds of acquisitions today.
Including a switcheroo.
Ooh.
That is good. For some reason, my list just vanished.
It's Curtis Boyle.
My list sort of vanished.
Hello, who got control of the screen?
Curtis.
Okay. Go to Curtis.
Yeah, we got.
Okay, there we go. All right, next on the list.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were relying on that. So.
Yes, because my list doesn't match what you're streaming, Stevie.
Okay, sorry about that.
Next up, our mystery guest.
All right, next on the list is David O'Connor.
Konnichiwa, hello people from down under. Am I coming up the right way or am I upside down?
You look a little slanted.
Like a Batman villain.
I think we've
Japanese
engaged
today.
I think we've turned on the Australian compensator. I think.
Yes,
we're
it
okay.
did. Yeah.
Yep, that's good.
Universal translator is in effect.
Good to be here.
All right, that's good, sir. Good to have you here as well. Next on the list, we've got Patrick Ewan.
Howdy, folks. I've been following the time-honored computer tradition of changing a build engine when a project is 85% complete. So I'm looking forward to watching people who did forward progress this week.
Nice. All right, next on our list is, the one that's next on the list we'll save for last. That way we get the full story from him. But, yep, you're coming. So next on our list is Nick Marotta.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Really good three times.
Glad to be here.
Marotta.
Okay, now introduce him 2 more times, David.
No, I think once is enough. He's so good looking for the rest of us. All right, next on the list, someone that we haven't seen in a while, and glad to have him back, is Steve Bjork.
Hey, everybody. Coming from smoky Southern California.
Ooh, yeah.
The hills are burning with a mighty glow.
That's most unfortunate. But hopefully it'll spur some rain at some point.
What kind of smoke?
Oh, just a nice golden smoke. By the way, we're expected to get rain in December.
Oh my. That's definitely most unfortunate.
Well, that's why we have fires here. Unlike some gentlemen that say if we only raked the forest, we wouldn't have fires.
So what do the fires put out the rain, do they?
They just
Maybe.
remove all the combustible materials.
It helps.
Right.
All right. Moving on down to our next member, right below Steve, we've got James Diffendeffer.
Muted.
The person to blame for the earworm of I Want
He
Tandy.
hid.
Yes.
He hid in shame.
He's hiding.
He's hiding.
All right, so I guess we'll move on to Brian Weasler.
Hello, all. Welcome. Doing a little ease of use multitasking today.
Experiencing technical
Well,
difficulties.
Cool. Thanks for the plug.
We always love multitasking on an old 8-bit machine that's close to our hearts.
How many truckloads of stuff did you get from eBay this week?
Just one.
All right.
Slow week.
Moving on over, we've got Nick Marentes.
Hey, is it too late to bail?
Oh, Nick, where would you like to bail to?
Oh, stop right
Nightmare
there.
Highway.
Asparagus.
Good day, everyone.
All right. And the final person that we need to introduce is Sloopy Malibu. Welcome to the team, sir. Introduce yourself to the rest of the viewership.
Greetings. Thank you for having me. I've been in 8-bit computers for a long time. I predominantly have Atari and Commodore, but I also have a Color Computer 3. I have a Model 100, and in my past I've had a Model 4P and a Model 1. I was just going through some stuff and found my Model 100 and started playing with it a little bit, and then that brought me over to here, and that's where I'm at now.
Was it in your car?
No, it was in a box in a closet. I had gotten it at VCF Midwest a few years back.
Excellent. What was your original computer when you were like back in the day? What was your first love when it came to micros?
My very first computer was a Commodore Plus 4 that I got for Christmas the year that they were released. And then about 6 months later, I got an Atari 800. And once I got the Atari 800, I never really looked back. I got several Atari 8-bits, which is an understatement. And I've used other machines. I've had Apples and everything, but I've always liked the Atari the most. But I find that each machine from that era had its own peculiar qualities that you either loved or hated.
Mm-hmm.
And
Absolutely.
the thing is that the Atari has the things that I love the most because it was the first computer that I actually had a hard drive on. It was the first computer I had a disk drive for. But I can see where other things in other machines would be better than the Atari. And that's why I don't really say, hey, Atari is everything or Commodore is everything. I like bits and pieces of each individual systems for their own merits.
Would that include the Coco?
Yes, that includes the Coco.
And he can stay, can he?
What Ron's not saying that you're allowed to stay because you had something nice to say about the Coco. So.
Well,
Yeah.
you've been very active in the Game On Challenge, which I appreciate as well.
Yeah. I thank you for having me. As a matter of fact, I Wasn't able to play the current one a whole lot because I was trying to get my Coco actually up and running, and I used a Commodore 1084S to play on. No, my Magnavox Color Monitor 80 to play on, and the power switch on it went dead. It won't stay on. So I switched over to a Commodore 2002 and was able to play a little bit more on that.
I think one thing you mentioned too that I have to agree with too is that the 8-bit era, every machine was quite unique to each other. I mean, they were individual machines, whereas nowadays, there's like 5,000 PC manufacturers, that basically are redoing the same thing with tweaks. But back then, every machine had its own strong points and its own weak points, quite unique to each other.
Absolutely. I mean, even though, say, the Atari 800 and the Apple II series, they both had a CPU, a 6502 CPU, in addition to the Commodores, they had very different personalities and different strengths.
Yeah. I got to say, the Atari 800 for its time was a premium machine. For those in the know and for those who are the 6809 fanboy, when it comes to the technical architecture, it's one thing. Yeah, the 6809 is a great CPU. But when it came to a computer, the Atari 800 had an amazing keyboard, a really good quality keyboard. It was a solid, well-built machine. The graphics and sound on it were amazing. So going from the original Atari VCS, Atari 2600, and seeing what the blinky games look like to seeing a game on the Atari 800 and was really close to an arcade experience. So from a gaming perspective and from graphics and sound and animation, it was a premier machine. 256 colors on screen, multi-voice music. The Pokey chip on that thing is an incredible synthesizer. You really can't say anything bad about the Atari 8-bit for its time. It was a premier machine. I think it debuted around $1,300 in 1970. I think it was it was announced in 78 and released in 79, but it was a $1,300 machine, which is expensive. But, it was a great machine. So, I know we still like to have kind of our fanboyisms and our little college rivalries over this machine and rah-rah and stuff. But, to be honest, it's a great machine, so.
Yeah, one thing I found interesting about the 800 was it was over-engineered in some cases. The shielding for RF was cast aluminum.
It weighed a lot.
It's joke. The joke was it could survive its own game of Missile Command. But also they had 2 cartridge ports. Never got really used that much, but it was definitely forward thinking of the engineers that designed it.
Well, wasn't one of them like a basic ROM upgrade, or weren't the memories almost like little cartridges?
Basic.
Yeah.
Well, the
There
thing
were
is,
4 of those
cartridge ports. They each addressed 8K, and the reason why you didn't really see 2 cartridge ports on later machines is because the left cartridge port was capable of accessing the full 16K.
Right.
And you have to remember the machine was designed originally in 77 to mid 79. So back then 16K ROMs were not that available, but 4 and 8K were. So if you look at most cartridges for the Atari in the early years, they had 2 4K chips in them.
Mm-hmm.
So it was more than 2 wouldn't fit into one cartridge, so that they put the second cartridge port in.
Yeah, the one downside where they over-engineered it was the disk drives. It took forever to format, took forever to load, took forever ever. That was the general thing. It wasn't much faster than cassette sometimes. And yeah, we were producing Atari games at Datasoft, and they had me tasked with a way of coming up with a faster way to create the disc. Now, to create the disc on the Atari, it would take a minimum of 5 minutes, could be 15 minutes. We never knew. So we had a whole row of machines of 400s with their disk drives popping out the disc. Well, I took a TRSA Model 1 changed the speed of the disk drive and was able to produce a disk in 12 seconds.
Wow.
Oh wow. A tiny little bit faster.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just a little.
So
But-
they used 2 Model 2s, and that was their entire production line for Atari. Of course, sadly to say, one of those Model 1s that they used was my original Model 1.
Hmm.
Never saw it back.
No.
So, Sloopy, did you get an SDC for your Coco?
No, I did not. I'm currently out of work, so money's at a premium.
Yeah, yeah. And that's considered to be a fairly essential thing to have, once you're able to, as far as
Yeah,
usability.
Yeah, some people like to eat first. Then
Yeah,
the toys come
yeah,
second.
yeah. So how long have you been in the retro hobby, Sloopy, as far as using these things in the 21st century? Or did you
Or
never
did you
stop?
ever leave the 8-bit
Yeah.
hobby at all?
I started using 8-bits again sometime around 2002, 2003.
Okay. It's been a while. What did you have any modern upgrades for the Atari 800? Because that's a world I'm not as familiar with. Are there some quality of life things for there, like multi-carts or other things like that make it more usable?
Yeah, when I was employed, I would buy just about anything new that was designed on the market because I wanted to help stimulate the growth of more hardware products.
Sure.
And I bought both Atari and Commodore stuff. So I had quite a bit. I still have quite a bit. But unfortunately, when I lost my job a couple years ago, I had to sell stuff because you can't live inside an Amiga 3000 as cool as they are.
No. So for somebody like me who had never owned an Atari, and I have one. I have an Atari 800 XL that's been sitting on a shelf forever. I've never even tried to turn it on yet. But if I wanted to start using it and playing with it, like for somebody says to me, "Hey, I just got a Coco. What's the thing to get to make it usable?" My answer there is get the Coco SDC because you can run all your software and it's a usable machine for a small amount of money. What is the single most important modern accessory to get for an Atari 8-bit today for somebody like me who's never used one and I want to get the most out of it for the least amount of money?
Honestly, the absolute best thing that you would get would be an SiO2 PC, which is similar to DriveWire. It makes a PC act like a disk drive for the Atari.
Fair enough. And Barry Nelson in the chat did mention, since you are familiar with DriveWire, an inexpensive thing to do for your Coco in lieu of the Coco SDC is to get a DriveWire cable and then load software that way. And that's definitely a viable option for doing things within reason. Some disks do not work well in DriveWire if it's trying to do like direct disk access and it's trying to hit sectors and stuff. But if it just needs to load in a file and run, DriveWire works. And for the cost of a cable, you can load software into your computer.
Yeah, I've actually done that for my Coco.
Okay, there you go. Cool.
The thing is that on the Atari, you don't have the issues with some programs because the Atari disk drive is a dumb peripheral.
Okay.
Literally all the entire protocol consists of 5 commands. So all the computer is doing is saying, "Hey, give me this sector. Hey, give me that sector." And there's no way to upload programs to the disk drive
Copy
for
protection.
read. So the only problems that you really have are disks that are copy protected, like from Electronic Arts and such.
And
Gotcha.
Datasoft.
Yeah.
So have you been a member of the online communities with your Atari 8-bit stuff, like Atari Age forums and things like that?
Yes.
Which James Differendaffer is very active in as well, and I have not been. And I'm not saying this to stir any pots or to do anything, but just out of curiosity, since you've been in a different community that I'm not familiar with, how do you find that community, the Atari community? Is it generally civil towards its members? And maybe if you're new to the Coco community, how do you find us as well?
With the Atari community, there can be cliques of certain people
Okay.
that have issues back and forth. And it can create issues in certain regards. but overall, it's like you have to really get into it to really see them.
Okay.
In the Coco community, I haven't really seen much of that, but I'm not like really deep into it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like even in the Apple community, the same thing. There is some there, but you have to really look for it.
Okay.
Literally in all the classic computer communities that I've been in, I've only seen one community where there's a lot of issues that make you want to not participate.
And does that community rhyme with Abiga? I can't even think of a word. What community are you referring to?
Let's just say it means friend in another.
Okay. I've heard that too. I've never owned one. I've never been in that community. I've heard nefarious things about the Amiga community, which is it's interesting and yeah, you know. And I look back in my time, yeah, we've had a few things here and there, and then when you look back, well, were these things really important to begin with? Probably not, or definitely not, you know. So the few things that have happened that have gotten a few people to get their panties in a bunch, were they really that important? You know, and most of the time, probably not. So retrospect makes you say, you know what, sometimes you just need to take a breath or hold your breath, or, you know, maybe hold back from even getting into this and just let that thing just go on and don't make it bigger than it needs to be. So, but we haven't had too much, which I'm thankful for. So hopefully you've felt like you've been welcomed here and been getting some support. If you have questions and nobody's being condescending to you or anything like that and just treating you like a member of the family. So hopefully you've felt that way. And if not, let me know who I need to discipline.
No, Stevie, please, no.
I used to be a single parent of 4 kids. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Even people do that.
Cool. Well, welcome. We're glad to have you. David Ladd, our host with the most. What are we going to do now?
Well, I think we're going to do a commercial, and we'll come right back with our Game On Challenge.
All right, that sounds good. So, Nick Marotta, after the break, we're going to go straight into that. Is that right? Is that David? Do we have your permission, David, to do that?
Oh, let's roll the video.
All right. So I'm trying to think. Since Bruce Moore is here, let's play a video featuring one of Bruce Moore's many projects. Matter of fact, I think this is the perfect one right here. We'll be back after these words, everybody.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Bruce Moore, and this is Jacob Moore, gotcha. And we are the Forest of Doom guys, and the Coco Forever guys, and we're at Coco Fest, and we love CoCoTALK.
Imagine a different world. A world where Tandy Corporation has the upper hand. Where the Coco surpassed all competitors. And all you have to do is travel back in time without making a single mistake.
Coco Forever.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
You definitely earned this office.
Yes, you're too kind, and thank you.
You want to grab some food before we head back and look at that Alt Reality OS9 module?
It's only 40 years past due, but yeah, sure.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
What's going on, everybody? CoCoTALK, and I want to say thank you for continuing to watch and listen to CoCoTALK. We love doing this show. We think we've put together a pretty good show for you, but this show could be better with your help. So if you would like to send a feedback, a comment, a suggestion, a show topic, or maybe even your own little segment or bumper, then send it to us via email to CoCoTALK@CoCoTALK.live. This show would be nothing without you. Love to hear from you.
Radio Shack TRS-80 put the world of color computing into your home. Instant loading program packs turn any color TV into an exciting game arcade. And there's more. The color computer is an educational aid, a home management tool, an up-to-the-minute electronic information service. The programmable, expandable TRS-80 color computer from $399 only at Radio Shack, the biggest name in little computers.
Hi everybody, this is Siri, Apple's personal assistant and beatbox professional. You're watching CoCoTALK with the original gamer, CoCoTALK.
I was here first.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Most times, I can think of something funny, but occasionally, I can't. Viewers think the opposite.
High Score Challenge with
Nick Verona.
All right, welcome to another week of results. This week we played defense with 26 people. Mark Bosley, 5,860. David Ladd, 9,685. Ken Reichard, 13,175. Joshua, 13,190. Catlord, 17,320. R. Ellen Murphy, 17,635. Michael Klein, 18,055. Grant Leedy, 19,205. Jim Rye, 23,600. Frodo NL, 23,755. Tom C, 24,105. Ben VR Drakes, 24,215. Canadian Retro Things, 24,315. 8-Bits in the Basement, 24,395. Me, 26,920. Cargo, 28,835. L. Curtis Boyle, 29,715. Buck Owens, 34,590. Damon Beals, 37,010. Paul Shoemaker, 37,200. David Croker, 41,680. Mr. Dave, 45,060. Ron Delvaux, 56,430. Sloopy Malibu, 56,515. Kieran, 56,630. And the number one score this week belongs to Tasman on a roll with 59,390. Thank you to everyone for another fantastic week of gaming and for submitting your scores.
Wow.
Wow.
That was a good run.
Ron Delvaux.
Ron, is this your first official appearance on the score list ever?
It is.
Coincidentally, this was Ron's game suggestion.
Yeah, Ron loves this game.
Ah, there you go.
He's a plant. He's a plant.
But no, Ron did very well. And
how many people experienced the things going sideways?
Yes, there were a few people who commented on that.
Yeah, and when those things that are side by side come down and they flip, you have to kind of hit them to the side slightly to get them. You learn all these tricks as it goes on.
Sometimes I would do a shot on either side just below them so they'd have nowhere to veer, and then they usually get. But then that takes up 2 shots, so you gotta be really careful with that.
You know what is really cool right now? Getting gameplay advice from Ron Delvaux. This is actually exciting. So, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's just we don't hear this very often. So this is a momentous occasion. Yeah, no, this is awesome, Ron.
I've played it since 1980, probably 82 when it came out.
Hey, look at this. It's CoCoTALK on CoCoTALK. Your inception moment is brought to you by Placeblex. We think it works, so you should too.
I think I picked the wrong screen. Hold on.
Yes.
You mean Ron? You didn't submit a score for Timberman?
he. What do you mean? He is Timberman. He was in the game the whole
he
time.
Don't need no stinking score on that one. He is Timberman.
Hey Nico, I think you need to promote Joshua, so it's just Joshua Croker.
Yeah, I will do that.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I'm trying to share the actual. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I shared the wrong. instance.
Sharing is caring.
All right. So you guys see that? This
Yes.
is a high score from back in the day.
115,000,
Again,
huh?
take these with a grain of salt, but this one seems reasonable.
Yeah, good job. Good job, Tasman, on that high score.
I do know some people here locally back in the day could hit 90,000. So yeah, that sounds legit.
I wonder how many levels up that is, because I went to like 10.
Well, the scores do go up exponentially. Well, not exponentially, but they go up faster and
Progressively.
Faster, so.
Well, the other thing is you will slowly lose ammo, and then it bumps back up again later.
Well, you get 3 rounds of 10. There are arsenals of. You get 3 arsenals of 10.
Yeah, that's where you get that extra click. You have to reload from one of your 2 side silos.
So the Rainbow review was favorable. They didn't mention Missile Command by name. I don't know if that's because apparently the manual said you were shooting lasers, not missiles. So
okay.
So maybe they took that as a sign to keep the name Missile Command out
All you
of
need
it.
is sharks. It'd be a perfect game.
Yeah. All we need is sharks with freaking lasers on their head, right? So.
So this is gameplay courtesy of Canadian Retro Things.
All right.
Yeah, there was a Hot Cocoa review too. I don't know if you saw that, Nick.
Oh yeah, I just linked the one review. Sorry, I didn't.
And what country is Canadian Retro Things from?
Albania.
Ah, okay. Very cool.
Yes. So obviously this is a clone of Missile Command. This is one of the clones of Missile
No,
Command.
we can't mention that
Sorry,
word.
sorry. A game where you're in command of projectiles.
A game you are in command of missiles.
Yes. So this is more. It's apparently like the Atari version in that you shoot from the middle, and then you have your 2 reserve arsenals that you have to protect as well, though, because they can be taken out as well.
Can they be taken out?
Taken out.
Out and about?
Calculate the sounds are cool.
Yes.
And the sound of your shooting and exploding never gets boring. Just seemed to.
Yeah, it's kind of like the soft boom sound, like boom. It's like a swelling, booming sound. It's not crunchy or beepy.
And you can also play it where the explosions are red and the bottom's blue.
Ah.
Yeah, I believe the other video I have will have that color scheme. The cool thing too with the when the lasers detonate is they cause a chain reaction.
Lasers.
They cause a chain reaction when they hit one of the incoming thingies. So you can plan that to hopefully.
Oh yeah, their explosion can potentially, God bless you, can potentially take out another person.
So part of it is playing the waiting game and hoping that a chain reaction will take out.
I usually fire low. I stay low.
Yeah.
So you can see them coming down.
Yeah.
And sometimes, just for kicks, I'll do a barrage across the top, and then these things will come down and hit and hit and hit. And it's kind of neat to see, but it just depends. Sometimes it's not very fortunate, and you waste ammo that way.
Yeah, on later levels when you have more missiles and more smart bombs and everything else coming down too, I mean, it definitely, you do want to time your shots to take out several missiles at once if you can.
I use the Black Beauty on mine.
Look for ones that are converging and then try to shoot where you think they're gonna converge.
Did anybody use anything else?
Black Beauty was great for this. This game was written
played
for-
well.
or the deluxe and free float mode.
Yeah, I used the deluxe and fleet float mode, and honestly, that doesn't play as well as the Black Beauty, and I was going to get back to it with the Black Beauty, and I just didn't get a chance to, so unfortunately, I didn't improve my score any, because I definitely would have done better with the Black Beauty. This is one game that is designed for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Ron, I used my koala pad, and you'll notice my score didn't show up on the.
Some people said the Coco mouse worked well.
That's what I found.
Here's what's good about the koala pad. You have a koala pad. Right? And they have the stylus is even cooler.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So as I was watching, this is Canadian Retro Things video. As I was watching it, I was feeling really bad when he died. He got hung up a couple times where you have to hit the button to reload. So he'd hit the button, assume it was going to fire. So that, I think that hung up a few people.
Yeah,
And that's one thing. Go ahead, Ron.
No, running out of ammunition toward the end and watching these things come down and you're sitting there thinking, oh, go to the side. Go to the side. Or what'll happen is you'll get that extra outpost, then you don't know it till the very end, and then you got one more. You get to play one more level.
It was a very helpless feeling watching things just drift towards you.
Yeah.
Nothing you could do about it.
Yeah. Which was actually part of the design of the original arcade game too. So.
Yeah,
very
good
This one's
clown.
more based on the Atari 2600 version, where you've got the one firing center silo, and then you reload from the sides, like the 2600, which was also a joystick-based version. The original arcade game, of course, had the trackball and 3 buttons, so you could launch from each. And the other one of the other Missile Command clones, Polaris, borrowed more from the arcade style. So they do play a bit differently. There's a bit of a different strategy for each.
Yeah, you obviously have to use keyboard for that one, along with the joystick, right?
In fact,
but you can get your shots off quicker. Like if you have a missile coming down the left, you can fire from the left and it'll get there faster.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that your strategy does change between the two different versions, but both are equally fun to play. And I wanted to make one other small comment. It says, I think, colorful software on the copyright screen, but this was actually distributed by Spectral Associates.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. The review said it was Spectral Associates as well.
Yeah.
In fact, I wish I'd had this game when I was building this mouse project. I thought my fire button was broken because I was using the Tandy Polaris cartridge and didn't remember that it was the 3 number keys.
Yeah,
not
like
the fire button. The fires. So I'm going through the hardware. Why doesn't this work? Why doesn't this work? If I'd only had this game, it would have worked.
Yeah, I think it's what, like Z, X, and Charlie are the keys on Polaris.
1, 2, 3, I think.
Actually, I think both work. There were several sets of keys you could use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so when I finally figured that out, okay, everything's fine.
And that's why I like Polaris better, because it was more like the arcade.
And
yeah, I guess it depends what you were used to, because the people who bought the Atari 2600 or the VCS, they were used to this version, so this would have been much more to what they were used to.
There's the Smart Bomb twirly thing. Yeah.
And then you have that plus sign Smart Bomb too.
Okay.
Later on.
I like that little rotation animation. It's pretty good.
Yeah, sometimes
Polaris
plus sign things, when they came down, they would hang on a couple of explosions, and then
like they'll hold back and try to stay outside of the blast radius.
Yeah.
So that's where
they had good hang time.
One under them, one above them, and one below them, and again capture them between 2.
I never played the arcade version, so I didn't know the difference.
Yeah.
Polaris was cool because you had to worry about the timing between your left and right shots. You didn't want to use up all the lefts, and then it's a really slow shot
to go from right to left. Yeah.
So you had to really think out your shots.
They're both really good versions. I mean,
absolutely.
Depending which version you grew up on, if you're used to the arcade, if you're used to the Atari 2600, I mean,
I think the only thing that I would have liked to have seen, what I loved about Polaris was how it took the few different 4-color modes and really mixed up those 4 colors to showcase things. Now, did it just switch, or is this a different video?
No, I switched videos. This is Ben VR Drake.
And they both look good. Like the red explosions look like there's really no wrong way for these colors to be in this particular game, because you got 2 things. You got a ground and you got an explosions. Do red explosions look bad? No. Do blue explosions look bad? No.
There is a bug.
But yeah,
it doesn't hold your scores.
You
turn it off, they're blank.
You mean when you turn off the game and start it again?
Yep. It won't.
Oh, it just doesn't. A lot of games don't save the scores.
Yeah.
That's not a bug. That's function of the computer. There's no battery backed up RAM.
Yeah. I mean, some of the disc games later, you could save scores to disc, but at this time period in 1982, I mean, most people had cassette, not disc drive, so it would have been a real pain to have to
That's
save.
why the camera is so cool.
Taking a picture, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Polaris did a great job of mixing up colors to give you some diversity to kind of simulate palette registering, That's the one thing that would be just kind of neat if it did, because even like your color peeds didn't the color peeds change the mushrooms between red and blue each round, just so you had a little bit of...
Wouldn't this be a great game to redo and have explosions and stuff more like Xenon or whatever?
Oh yeah, like the Xenix,
Crystal
City. Yeah, a Coco 3 Missile Command would be really cool, and a Coco 3 Centipede too, with just the palette registers.
Awesome.
Yeah. Now this one here, like Polaris basically only had the one type of smart bomb, and then it also had the ones, I can't remember what they called it, but the ones that would split.
Okay.
Multiple lines. But this one
yeah.
has several different kinds of smart bombs or whatever they call the manual. I don't remember, but I mean, there was some variety between that too, as far as your enemies go. And I think the original arcade, didn't they have planes and stuff that flew across?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. It did.
And this goes much faster as it goes.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the scary part, is when they start coming down and you're going back and forth, and then you see that you missed one and you can't get low enough to get it, and then
Or your shot's too slow to get there.
Yeah, you're looking
time.
for that outpost to be there again. The longer you go with more of those guys at the bottom, the bigger your score is.
Yeah, I do like Scott Cooper's comments in the YouTube chat there. Smart bombs are evil. He's very, very correct. on that.
Is Scott Tasman? I think he is, right? Scott is
Yes.
Tasman? Okay.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I'm supposed to reveal his secret identity. Put your glasses
He
back
wears-
on. They won't know.
Exactly.
And put that little curl out of your hair.
Yeah.
Now I just gotta go back to the Taz cave.
Also, I do a higher score in the morning than I do in the evening when I'm tired.
Ah, that's good to know.
Yeah, it appears that when they programmed it, they used a 3K screen instead of 6K.
Yeah, I think that was to help fit it into a 16K machine.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice to know you can play this on a 16K.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great representation of a classic arcade game. Fun
Was
to
it
play.
on tape?
Yes.
It was
Tape
on
and disc.
tape. No ROM though.
60 who's in the chat might be able to tell me for sure. I don't know, but I know some of the games in the Dragon, like in the UK, actually were on cartridge. I don't know if this was one of them. Hopefully he can answer that. But in the North America, no, it was just on cassette or disc.
Yeah, this was a great suggestion. This is one I didn't play back in the day.
Yeah.
I think I played Polaris, but I never played this one. And even though Polaris might be more accurate, this one I think just the fact it's all playable on a joystick. I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
makes
Very
it
playable.
Also, if you get really good at this and you see those things come down, there are instances where it hits in between and it doesn't cause any damage at all. And the same with your ammo in the middle. If it smashes down on the left or
Yes.
right side,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. It won't take any away.
That's a huge relief when that happens.
It sure is, especially toward the end when you're trying to.
When you're trying to survive and you got no missiles left. Yeah.
Yeah.
60 says not this one. This one was distributed by Microdeal on tape. So.
Okay.
In the UK, so no cartridge version of this.
So is this going to become another like buzzard bait debate with Lancer?
No, I don't think it's really a debate. I think we
No, I don't think
mentioned they
this
both
is
have.
different too because each of the games duplicate a different game. Like one duplicates the Atari 2600, one duplicates the arcade, whereas Lancer Buzzard Bait is more trying to duplicate the same game, Joust.
Right, one does it well and one doesn't. You know.
Now, did you guys see the graphic?
I'm
Too bad for Buzzard Bait. But anyway,
Buzzard Bait.
Yeah, I remember
game
seeing
with
that.
No buzzards.
Yeah.
Like I said, Donkey King, the game with no donkeys. What's your point?
Someone needs to really mess with your heads and come up with one called Lancer Bait.
Yeah, no kidding.
I just play Pegasus
sounds
anyway. It
dirty.
doesn't matter.
Oh,
Yeah, there we
yes,
go.
gotta love the Pegasus and the Phantom Riders.
Pegasus might
Ooh,
end up being the dark horse winner. No pun intended.
Hey, Nick, Ron's trying to ask you about his custom artwork he did for this.
The graphic I made for this game, I thought I got it pretty good because I had the little buildings down at the bottom, and I had the things coming down and a nuke blast in the background, and I was pushing the 6809 action, and you know, I'd like to see some of you guys, if you have the chance, to make up your favorite games. You know,
Artwork
banner for it. You know. It's more. I thought what I did was more like
There you are.
the game was like than, you know.
Yeah,
I had
yeah.
the little, you know what I mean?
Sorry, Ron, I had it queued up. I forgot to go to it. Yes, there it is. There's
That's
the banner you made.
Yeah. So.
Like, there's your bases down there. You got the
Doesn't
bases.
that excite you? Don't you want to play the game now?
Absolutely.
Hey,
Battle.
It got Ron to play. That's speaking volumes right
Yeah.
there.
Yes.
Is this the only Coco game you really play, Ron?
There's a few others, not too many.
Well, give me a request.
No, I was
for
more of a. I played applications and stuff, and did artwork and digitized and had fun that way.
But if you do have a couple other ones, like Nick's saying, I would love to see those on there because we don't get you on the Game On segment too often. So I'd love to do that.
Yeah, I've been
One of
playing
them-
I've been playing the Castle game lately.
Which one? A Castle Guard?
Which one?
Yeah, Castle Guard.
Oh, what a box of shit that is.
Don't
Here's
hold
what I
back,
play.
Stevie. Tell us what
When
you
you-
really think.
When you first put it on and you hit 3 so the computer can do it,
Yeah.
there you are.
Oh, so you just watched a demo. You let the self-playing demo.
And you try to figure out if the top one's going to get it or the bottom one.
So you take odds. You place some
He's
bets
like a
on
Vegas
that.
bookie.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great poster, Ron.
Okay.
I will
What
say
about
this
them-
for Castle Guard, just because you brought it up, is that they did a really good usage of the extra artifact colors.
Yes, the dithering, the color ditherings on the
gameplay
castles.
itself, it doesn't control well. It's kind of
It's one of the best looking shitty games that's ever been put on a cartridge.
This was a big week for us. We had 26 players.
Absolutely.
Which is a really great turnout.
Oh, it was a tribute to Ron, I guess, because he never gets on, so we all had to play his game.
Yeah.
Ron DeVoe really brings them in.
That's
Next
it,
year
Ron.
we'll do something else, right?
Next year.
We'll declare the last week of September Ron Delvo week.
Yeah.
The Leisure Suit Larry week.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Yeah, those little twirly things are sons of bitches, ain't they? They're just like trying to dodge those smoke
Smart
clouds.
bomb.
Yeah.
Direct hit is supposed to get them, but even then, I think they weasel out sometimes. So
And
Who
both the
managed
smart
to go
bombs are
between
hard to
those
get.
two?
Boom, got him. Boom. This is Ben VR Drake's video we're looking at right
this
now.
is Ben VR Drakes.
Yes.
Yeah, special thank you to Canadian Retro Things and Ben VR Drakes for providing gameplay videos.
Is having 3 names a requirement in order to have your video showcased?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It definitely helps.
It makes you sound distinguished.
Ben VR Drake's Canadian
I
Retro
don't know,
Things.
ogStevieStrow. What about Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta?
Yes,
Okay,
that'll
Robert
work.
Allen Murphy.
I'm glad I didn't use my real name. Wallace R. Delvo. Wallace Ronald Delvo.
Oh, interesting.
Rondelvo. Yeah.
I used to be a Williams.
Wallace Delvo does not have the same connotation to it.
No,
So.
I was Wallace Williams, and if you're in a style where you flip it, it's William Wallace, like the movie.
There can only be one.
I think I blew the recording level a little bit when I said Ron Delvo during the recording.
Yeah, right.
I didn't set it for that level. Ron Delvo level.
Exactly.
I think that was just you're surprised that he actually participated in the game.
Look at that thing! How it stayed above. That is evil.
Yeah, they get really
Evil.
Well, the arcade game did that.
Yes, I know. It's
Well,
just
those are smart bombs.
Yeah.
They're avoiding the explosion.
I know, but that's just evil.
Well, you
How
have
do
to
you
hit them
program
directly.
Yeah.
How do you program that? That's like the opposite of detection.
It's avoidance. Yeah, it's collision avoidance.
Yeah. rather than-
Yeah, the pluses in Polaris were similar. You had to actually the explosion had.
Yeah,
to
and here's where the speed they're just falling down on you now, huh? Right?
Otherwise, it would just avoid your explosion and float over it. And,
Yeah.
Yeah, when you get up to levels 8 through 10
like
type
the
thing,
end.
man, that first wave comes fast in this game.
Yeah.
I tapped out at 7. I couldn't get past 7.
Is that where the 6X? Is that what Roundy's on?
No, it's a
It's
multiplier.
a score multiplier, but yeah, basically it's around.
There's two levels at each multiplier, so this would be the 12th or 13th.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, Polaris is the same way. You get 2 of each.
Okay.
So that's why your score progressively gets higher, faster, the higher you go.
There's
Well, except that you don't have any
you-
bases left.
There's
Yeah.
certain numbers you hit for a new outpost too.
Every 20,000, every 10,000, I believe.
10,000 or something.
Damn smart
And
boss.
it remembers. What's cool is if you have all yours, and you have it, you have it, and then you lose one, it remembers. And
Yeah.
It fills it in.
I wonder how this game would play in VR. Since speaking of Ben VR Drake's, like how could you do that with your freaking goggles and your treadmill? I'm not even sure this is a good VR, other than looking around. I don't know. This game probably is not the best one to virtualize, right?
Especially when it electrocutes you when you.
Yeah, right. Cool.
Yeah, a while back I wrote a VR game for Sega for their Genesis, and trust me, no, Missile Command could not be done with that thing. I tried to do it.
Ben's saying there are a couple of VR versions of the game. So how does that work, Ben? I don't even understand how you would.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine it, but
You know what would be cool with this game is to have your seat electrified, so when you're when you blow up,
or they do. Well, they you know the like on the modern joysticks have like a force feedback, so like when you're playing you can
Like
feel
a
the
rumble
joystick
stick or
rumble in your hand. I think they actually make rumble chairs too. So
You know, if you laid the screen sort of flat away from you so the things were coming at you and you were lasering away, that would work in a VR headset setting. You got some 3D going on.
yeah.
It's
Well,
not
it's
so
cool to
up and
go-
down.
it would cool to go beyond and look backwards at it.
Well, you know what I've seen a few times that they've done really good with, like, and I think one of the first ones is like the Atari Jaguar did a kind of remake of Tempest, and they kind of it's all the same levels, but instead of it being just wireframe, they kind of colored it in and shaded it in, and then there was like really cool techno music, and then had kind of a little shimmery, wavy effect to it and stuff. I could see some type of like LSD enhanced version of this game with like some cool background colors and wavy stuff and some pumping music. I like when they take those games and they kind of make that remix special edition versions where it's the same game but it's a little better, cooler, you know.
Like Pac-Man CE.
Yeah, things like that. Yeah. So because I've played the Tempest Plus or whatever it's called, and it's or Tempest 2000 I think is what it was originally called, but it was just a really cool game. I'd like to see something like
the
that.
audio of this when you lose, when the last one goes
Oh,
away.
and the world blows up and stuff.
Yeah, it goes.
I don't. Hey, Quinn has joined us. Hey, Quinn. Oh, there's the plus. Man, that thing is going
what's that
fast.
thing?
That's
I remember him playing the original game that this is based on in the arcade, and the whole arcade would know when you lost.
Yeah.
Because it would flash all
Yeah.
red,
What did it say?
saying
Did it say
end.
the end or game over? I don't remember.
end.
The end, right?
The
Is this a
end.
big? Yeah.
That was embarrassing. I'd like try and cover the screen.
Yeah, right.
Don't look at me.
There's he's out of ammo now.
Yeah.
That's right. This is the way you just kind of look
Here it
hopeless.
comes.
Is this
Here
a-
comes the end.
No, he didn't look.
Oh, and then yeah, sometimes the bonus might get you another outpost too, huh? Maybe even
The problem is you don't make much bonus when you don't have at this point
any
Just got-
remaining bullets. Yeah. Now if they
or one
hit your
outpost.
silo, that takes out a whole. See, now you have to click again to
Takes out the
reload.
it takes out the current arsenal.
Yeah.
you-
So right now he doesn't have any bullets.
No, he has two more.
But they're
two
not there.
reserves.
They're not in the middle. He has to click
Yeah,
on
he
it.
hasn't
once.
loaded them yet.
He has the left and right power.
Oh, I guess he's
I don't
just
know
gonna
why-
let
I
them
don't
come
think
down.
he knows that though.
Right now they're just hitting null targets.
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, why? Oh.
Maybe because he doesn't see the bullets, or he's just. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. No, you're gonna lose a.
Oh, maybe he left it blanks in case one of the things.
Yeah,
fell
so you
over
don't
when
lose
they
them.
come out.
So you don't lose the bullets.
So he
Okay.
left them. That's actually kind of a smart strategy.
Yeah. There you go. Boom. 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 Boom.
Now, see what would
'Cause
be
one
cool
time
to get video of the guy actually playing the game. It would be like those kids on the ad for the Coco, and
Right.
they went back and forth like that. you
Oh
know?
yeah, right. Fast action video games. Right?
Yeah.
I had it happen to me where I reloaded instinctively, and right away I lost the arsenal.
Ah.
So that was actually a smart strategy to leave it
Yeah.
empty until you need them.
I would critique he's sometimes using bullets to stop things that aren't going to hit anything anyway. Why would you do that?
Yeah, it's best not to if you're
Save the ammunition.
Why shoot at that?
On
Yeah.
early
Yeah.
levels,
Yeah.
it gives you more points, so you do
You
it
get
then when you
points.
don't have to worry about it. But later levels, yeah,
It's
you're
a good score. He's cranking away here. I could watch this all day, but I am also curious to know what the next game is going to be. Or is that too premature to ask? Or
No, absolutely
Yeah.
not. I appreciate the.
Is it the new math tutor?
Yes, we're having a blast with the new math tutor.
It's premature
right.
tutor.
So, can anybody identify the following game?
I don't know. I
Dun.
Stellar Lifeline.
that's
we
still
got the
alive.
offer
Stellar
on
This is a
Lifeline.
request from David O'Connor. David, you're welcome. I hope you will enjoy playing it this week. Oh, thank you, Ron, again for the suggestion.
Oh, sure.
So that encouraged me to pick another one off the list this week from the list of requests. This is from David O'Connor, who requested this one.
I'm definitely going to have to join in this one.
Yes.
So basically, the object of the game is that's a convoy of fuel ships, and you want to protect them from hitting obstacles such as the meteorite ahead of you.
And other bandits and things
and
too.
other aliens and that. Yep. So
Now,
that
since
will
we
be-
have Steve on, Steve, do you have any stories about the game? Like, as far as I know, it's original concept. It's not based on any other arcade game, is it?
Originally, it started out a little bit like Defender, but then I wanted to add in, instead of protecting people on the ground, protect a convoy. And your convoy, besides if you lose them all, you die. That's it. You also have fuel, the white dots in each of the convoy units. So when you start running low on fuel, you got to come back and get your fuel.
And of course, that's the radar underneath. Go ahead, sorry, Steve. Sorry.
No, that's basically it. You got to go from point A to point B.
Yep, the left side of the radar to the right side of the radar, and then you start adding in extra things to worry about as you get into the second round, the third round.
The thing that I found really the biggest challenge for me was getting used to the inertia, because it's very realistic. You know, when you flip the joystick the other way, it takes a little bit of time for the ship to slow down and then go back the other way, and it's yeah,
you can't turn it on a dime on this one, that's for sure.
So I believe this one takes into account the analog position of the joystick as well. So you're going to want an analog joystick.
No, it does not.
It does not? Oh, okay.
No, it can be played with the digital joystick.
Okay. I thought it actually did speed up and slow down a bit, but I guess I'm wrong. Okay,
No,
so it'll still work with the digital.
It's a gradual increase of speed from pointing the joystick the direction you're going in. So it's
Okay. So it doesn't matter where the joystick's positioned. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, at that time, arcade games were starting to finally come out with inertia. I said it's about time I put in the Coco games too.
That's awesome. All right, so that's our game for the week, and I look forward to seeing what you guys do with it. And
just to mention, so people know, it's a Coco 1 and 2 game. Joystick required. If you have the cartridge, I think it's 16K, and if you are trying to play it off disc, I think it's 32K.
I'm not sure, but I may also made it so it worked with the keyboard.
I can't remember if you did or not.
And there are options. We're gonna play the easy level. There are actually options, but we'll stick with easy, just so everybody's on the same playing field.
Hey, Nico, Mikey wants to know when Color Scripts it's up.
Oh, we announced Color Scripts it already a few weeks ago. I guess you must have missed it.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, he missed the high scores on that when we were sleeping during the news segment. So
yeah, I got 82 words a minute. I thought I was pretty good.
High scores, whatever you type into it.
Thanks, Dave, for the suggestion, and thanks, guys, for taking part. And thank you, Stevie.
Cool bananas.
Absolutely. How about we do take a brief commercial break, and then we'll come back with some more Game On news. Does that work for you, Ron Delvo?
Oh, yeah. I'm all up for it.
All right. So
out of here.
I will go ahead and share sound again so you guys can hear the commercials while they play. A couple of brief commercials, and then we'll be back with some Game On news, right?
Yep.
Far out.
The music is back. The Mini Maestro available now, only from Retro Innovations. Go the number 4 retro.com.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
That's great, JT.
I need it tonight.
Oh, JT.
Fletcher like saved over 300 clams, you dig, when she got her a Model 100 from Radio Shack, like a good little consumer. It's like a word processor, a phone directory, and dialer. You dig, man? It even like, can groove with your office computer.
Fletcher? Fletcher. You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
Don't need a C64.
want Tandy.
Asparagus.
Terrible.
I want candy.
Gonna pledge your soul down. Ain't no final games around.
There's Polaris, I think, right?
Model 100 in my car. Just like Fletcher, I'll go far.
I want to hear the creepy version at some point from the raw tapes.
I'm sure he does.
I need it tonight.
I'll never hear that line the same again.
I need it tonight.
I knew you would.
40 years have come and gone.
Oh.
Tandy, I'm still counting on. Software, hardware, something new. Can't do without my switcheroo. I want Tandy.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain.
Did you just add that, Stevie, or was that in there? Oh, okay.
With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain.
Stevie remix.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
David Light.
You guys see Jim Brain's comment in the chat?
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
No, I haven't. Why?
Oh, that was too good to not experience another time.
That's awesome. Love it.
Well, plus, also it's handy too because a lot of people were having trouble finding the stream at the beginning there because of YouTube's stupid changes lately. So some people had missed the video, so they actually got to see it for the first time now.
Mm-hmm.
The first time for the last time.
All right, so you got Stellar Lifeline up there already, there, Jason.
Oh, I'm ready to go. Go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and see what the low score is. How can I score the least amount of points and then instantly die?
Hey, your name will get mentioned first.
Right.
That way he does it.
That's right.
That way I won't be the last.
Just fly all the way to the right and let the asteroids get all your convoy.
No.
Got a great
It's,
big convoy.
it's faster just to fly your ship into an asteroid.
Oh, good point. Didn't think of that.
So could you get a 0 score?
So what do you call the opposite of a pro tip?
a con tip.
The low score. The low score challenge.
With Jason Record. Oh, so what's next? David Ladd, our host with the most. What do we got coming up here?
Well, I believe we've got the news, don't we, for the Game On News?
I believe we do.
Really?
Curtis is ready.
I can try to be. See if I got the right one here. Ah, shoot. Just a sec here. I forgot to show the sound. I wish that would default on, or at least have a setting for that. It would make it much more convenient. Okay, you guys seeing that?
Yep.
Now, I will ask you guys ahead of time, because I discovered this morning, and I spent about an hour trying to figure out what the heck's going on, and I couldn't. I don't know, but maybe it's my browser, or maybe it just doesn't like the Mac I'm running it on. I don't know. But if you guys had problems where on Facebook videos you can't maximize them anymore, because now I can click on it until I'm blue in the face, and it just stays this little shrunk size.
I don't know. I deleted my Facebook account, so.
No, okay.
I have some workarounds to go back to the old classic interface.
Yeah, I mean, there's just problems galore with this new design. It just wastes space, and I now waste space for all this stupid about crap that I don't really care about, and I can click it like this enlarge, and it doesn't do anything. Anyway, we'll go on. It'll just be small. So the first one up here is Chet Simpson, who just upon the completion of Digger 3, one of the best new Coco 3 games we've seen, in years type thing, along with some of Nick's, has now started up his new engine that he's planning and been talking about for a while here. So he has a bit of a demo with the I like how he called it Shit Creek. That was awesome. Taking off the same name as the show that won all the Emmys they couldn't mention the name of on TV. So he has his Chaos. Chaos is his Chaos engine, which is his graphical engine demo, and he's got a thing that kind of duplicates River Raid, as Nick pointed out from the Activision. So I'll just play it for a little bit here, just using some hardware scrolling and stuff. But some nice smooth scrolling there, and planes and shadowing and stuff too. So
Is there little turds going by or what?
They're helicopters.
Oh, look.
Yeah, the title refers to what the helicopters will be eventually doing to you.
When they're birds.
It's a pretty cool video though, and it's a pretty cool engine he's got going on there too. So I'm really looking forward to see what else, because he's mentioned he's got all these effects that he didn't even use in Digger and didn't have in Digger. So a lot of stuff coming up there. And then for this week, we've got 2 entries from Jim Gary. So he, not a slack week like he did last week with just one, but not his full 5 or 6 a day type thing he sometimes does. So the first one he did is called, I have no idea how to pronounce this, Hayanakio Alien. Now, apparently this is a Japanese game that actually predated the arcade game Space Panic, and apparently was the inspiration for Space Panic, which we have on the Coco is Color Panic. There's Apple Panic. It's a well done, well cross-platform game. So this is actually the original. This was based on probably from the late 70s. And he revised it during the week. So we had one initial video, and then he came back and did another one. So this is the second version of the video. And of course, he's got that amazing background sound that only his MC10 apparently does. Now, this does play a bit different than Space Panic here, too, so I'm not quite sure. Like, he's got these little time things you shoot out and creates a bomb or something. I'm not familiar with his original game too much, so. But he actually has this available for download, too, so if you want to grab a copy and try it on an MC10 or MC10 emulator, you can. Though I believe that version doesn't have the ambient music in the background. And then his second entry is a port of the game Go Fish. And this is from a book by somebody named Delton T. Horn from 1981. So we ported that one over the MC10. So that's a text-based, Go Fish card game. So not too much to see there, but if you're into Go Fish, there we go. Jason's infamous brother Ken has actually put his games up on itch.io, which actually a few people on the Coco community scene have been doing lately. So it's kind of cool we're getting that here. And he's actually put up all of his stuff. So he's got his commercial games like Nightmare Highway Coco Fest edition, plus he's got some other stuff he's done over the years too, like Nutroid and some of the stuff he did back, way back for Rainbow, etc. So you can actually click on each of these. Most of these are free, so you can just go download them. And he's got a few that the charge, like the Nightmare Highway Coco Fest edition. Now, one thing I've noticed, and I wish he would fix this, like Nightmare Highway Coco Fest, he did do it correctly. He's got his sample video, he's got a sample gameplay screen, so you can see what you're getting. But most of the other ones, he just has the title screens. He doesn't have actually gameplay screens, which.
Well, that's the two there. You just are the 2 of those are text adventures.
Yeah, but it's not obvious from you have no idea. I mean, Spy looks like a graphic game because he's got a graphical title screen, but there's no gameplay. I hope he puts up both, is what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know. Is he in
I
chat?
think the word text adventure under the word spy is kind of a good indication. Text adventure game. So yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, some of these other ones like Target Jumper, you don't know what the gameplay looks like, and Nutroid, is this what the game looks like when it plays? No. So,
Are you being critical? Are you being critical, Curtis?
Not Roy.
All right.
There's just no pleasing you,
he's
is
one
there?
of them buzzard bait guys. I don't really like him that
Oh,
much.
yes, bias.
Buzzard
1 month
bait.
away, buddy. You just wait.
Actually, to be honest, though, I really like the fact he's done that. The fact he's brought back all of his old games too.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
published over the years is awesome. I just, for people that are new to the Coco that find this page first, I want them to be able to see what the game looks like, and actually it would help me too because I haven't seen all these myself.
Well, then
I'm really
download
glad
them
I
and
still
play
have all
them,
this
you
stuff.
freaking condescending prick.
Yeah, but I'm a polite Canadian condescending prick, so it has more weight.
Not to toot my own horn. But, the reason this stuff
But
still
beep,
exists,
sorry.
Yeah, the reason this stuff still exists is because I preserved it and I found this stuff and then put it in a DSK and sent it to him. I still had the majority of all our old cassette tapes and diskettes and everything, and was able to say, hey, look at all this stuff here. You should do something with it.
So you're the alleged source of the alleged bonuses?
I was the alleged archivist, I guess.
Yes.
Get him. Hope he's giving you a cut.
So here's the
division by zero error.
Yeah, I think so. Rob Inman kind of turned a lot of us onto this because apparently a lot of retro people are using retro products, are using itch.io. The reason why I used it, number one, because I was made aware of it, but I just like the idea of knowing how many people were going to download something, and you get the tracking and the metrics of that. Like if you just put it up on your own blog site or you put it on Facebook or whatever, you just don't know how many. Even if you're not selling it, I just like to know how many people have downloaded it, just out of curiosity, And so that's the main thing I liked about it, is that being able to track that. I don't know that most websites are going to give you download metrics just because you put a link on your site to download it, because most blog sites.
And the fact that it handles, free downloads, it handles paid downloads,
yeah,
it handles donate downloads all in one shot is nice too.
No, it's a great service. Yeah.
No, some people like Nick, because they want their Ferraris, they want to hoard all the cash themselves. They're not going to do any splits with anybody, and that's fine too. But it's nice to have a place that's really easy to set up for you. You can just put your stuff up there really quick, and it's out to the public.
Right, because
as you get a bigger Coca community there, I think that'll help too.
Right, because there are people who know about itch.io for other systems, and when you go on there, you can always say, "Well, show me what's new today," and just new games for all systems. So you're going to get discovered by people who maybe never owned a Coco, but being on itch.io is a great way to get discovered because there's a lot of people from a lot of different retro communities that go there to see things. So.
And it'll help people like Sloopy who've got multiple retro systems, and all of a sudden they'll see, like you said, the updates today, and all of a sudden there's a Coco game. Well, I have a Coco back there. I didn't know it had any new games coming out.
Yeah, no, and it's not a bad suggestion, Curtis, for him to do that, but I think these were just the screenshots he did based on the title screens from his original website. So without having to
I know.
generate more content. Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. Yeah. But I do like
and to be honest, I might help him with that. Like if he doesn't have time to do it, since I will be getting to his games eventually on my site as well, then I'll have screenshots. You can just steal them. You got permission for that, Ken, when I get to him.
And there you go.
And hopefully I can steal them back if you get to him first. Because I'm lazy. Now this one here is really cool. Paul Fiscarelli and Simon have been working on this game engine. We've seen Simon's demos before, some of the scrolling and stuff in here, and this is the sprite library part that Paul's been working on. So it's got some pretty familiar characters you may have heard of from other platforms.
I believe this is a clone of the guy from Downland, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
I thought the title of this was Cease and Desist Brothers.
Super Cease and Desist. Yes.
Yeah, Super Cease and Desist.
Super
Brothers.
Cease and Desist.
It's Donkey Brothers without the donkey, I think.
Dewey Cheatham and Howard.
That guy looks a lot like the guy in Downland. I want to say, I believe the Downland people should be contacting this organization.
Maybe it's Super Downland Brothers.
Super Downland.
Now, the one ironic part of this here for me is that we've got this demo demonstrating this game, and we've had a previous one done years ago by Remy in Europe, where he didn't do the actual shapes of Mario and stuff on there, but he actually had the whole scrolling with just sprites flying around. So he had the whole horizontal hardware scrolling thing going on. Now we were looking, and this is not the quickest thing in the world, but he does mention that that was frame locked to 15 frames per second. So if he unlocks it, this is how fast it goes.
Holy shit, look at that guy bouncing back and forth there. Holy
A little bit uncontrollable, I think.
Wow.
I slowed it down.
Terrible Mario.
It's me, Mario on speed. Look at me.
This is called Cocaine Mario Brothers.
Doesn't Meth Mario Brothers sound a little bit more?
Yeah, Meth Brothers, yeah.
Meth Brothers.
The Meth Brothers.
You don't pick up coins. You pick up teeth.
Just don't meth with them.
Don't meth with me, man. Don't meth with me.
Don't meth with the theft.
Don't meth with me, man.
Anyway, it's really cool seeing him getting this sprite library going. Simon's been working on the horizontal and vertical scrolling stuff, and also, I think he's working with the sprite library. So the two of them, working together on this new game engine, I think is going to yield some pretty.
You know what I thought was really neat, because I haven't finished listening to last week's show, but I have been listening to it. I haven't been doing as much traveling this week, so I haven't had a lot of road time. But when Chet Simpson was basically saying that Digger 3 was basically an elaborate proof of concept for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the greatest game that Coco's seen in the past 20 years. Oh, yeah, this is just really a proof of concept for me to work on something better. It's like, holy shit.
Well, he also mentioned he took the old Digger 2 engine that he'd done previously, and he just added a few flares to it, and the new engine is vastly improved.
So I mean, honestly, it's like I'm to the point now where. Does this sound wrong to say nothing's going to surprise me, or should we say nothing is impossible? Nothing is impossible anymore in the frickin' Coco 3 in the right hands. What people are able to do at this point. So
the one negative thing for me is that I'm thinking about trying to make my own game just to do it because I haven't done it in 30 years type thing. But I take a look at stuff like this and I'm going, I can't do that. I'm not.
Well, listen, you got cosmic aliens. It can't be any worse than that. So.
I don't know. You sold more copies of that than I've sold Nitrous 9, I think, now. So.
Well, Curtis, when they start getting the other stuff, the game in, the speed difference between locked at 15 and what it's doing now, it'll be locked at 15.
Oh, yeah, because you can have background sound effects and possibly music and all kinds of things in there, too. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
They're all going to take CPU time.
Yeah, it's just nice seeing what the engine's actually capable of. If you didn't, overburden it with sound, or if you made it for a sound card based Coco of some sort. So.
Yeah, it seems like he's still, obviously by having the CPU doing nothing else and having it going full speed, is showing just how much overhead is left for the CPU to do other things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, very cool. This is an interesting one here in the MC10 group.
Robert's been busy this week. I've been tracking that.
Yes,
he's been posting
has.
all kinds of demos and artworks and conversions.
So this one here, he's posted this is the download link here. You can get it on Facebook, the cassette edition of this game, Car 14, as he's calling it, for the MC10.
Car 14, where are you?
And it's running in SG6, not SG4. So this is the 64 by 48 mode, where you get 4 colors on the screen at once. So you get a bit more vertical res of the loss of some color. So he's actually got a video of it up too. So I'll play that here. Fast forward a little bit. Some instructions.
There's that MC10 ambient.
Look at that. Look at that.
So basically, it's one of those driving games where you have to dodge and not hit too many things, and you gradually get your car damage. It actually shows tire damage as you go.
I am hoping that we're very lucky these things do not resemble furniture, or I believe the law firm of Reichard and Reichard would be contacting him for.
I just got to ask where the couches are.
Blue things could be couches, or maybe there's small love seats or chairs.
They're just they're the cushions from the
So what we're saying is this is another game where things just come at you.
I thought it was Reichard, and Rocky.
Yeah, Reichard and Rocky. Oh yeah, you can see the little red dot on the tire there, kind of like a pit stop, right, where your tires.
Exactly, like pit stop too, where you get the tire damage and then eventually you die because you're too damaged.
Yeah, this is these decent semi-graphics looking thing here on the MC10, huh?
Yeah, I mean, adding that extra vertical res, switching it from 32 pixels vertically to 48 actually does make a fair bit of a difference.
Absolutely. Look at the tires. Yeah, tires are heating up. Boom, boom, boom.
Looks like Pennsylvania roadways with all the potholes.
This is literally me driving the tollways in Chicago heading to CoCo Fest.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, if you've ever driven the Chicago tollways, you have to wonder, where do the tolls go? Because the roads are like crap.
You're obviously not filling the holes with it.
Yes. They're not.
That's why they're a moneymaker, because they make it and they don't spend on anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Try driving across the Indiana toll road.
I know last time I drove on that one, it was all tore up, so I couldn't.
It's really bad. It's a lot of.
Next up, and this. Yeah. Next up, we've got Richard Kelly. Now, he's been working on his Ladderman 2, aka Super Ladderman, and he had 2 version releases this week. The first one did a huge speed increase, and the second one was more bug fixes. So this is a platformer. You can see some of the screens here.
Oh,
It's a
neat.
bit of a puzzle platformer. You got to kind of solve the ways you can't jump. And it's got like tons of levels. There's at least a couple dozen or more type things. So there's a fair bit to it. But he said this one's, I haven't had a chance to try it yet. I don't know if anybody else on the panel's had a chance to try it yet. But apparently it's very much sped up from the previous versions he's released over the last year or two.
Okay.
So I'm kind of curious getting it. I have downloaded it, just haven't had a chance to try it yet.
Okay.
So I would like to see, what the speed improvements are. But it's well done. I mean, the graphics look really nice for a P Mode 4 game. He's got some pretty innovative level design that you can see here because he goes through quite a few of them.
Yeah, that is neat. Yeah, I've reached out to him, see if we can get him on. I don't know if he's got a Saturday conflict or something, but he's done a ton of stuff, and it would be neat just to have like a retro Rick day and to show off his wares,
Yeah, and Rick Newland can join in on that one too. So they got both Ricks. So you can have a Rick themed day.
Never gonna give you up. So
Did you say you actually released a couple new versions this week? So W is the newest.
He had a V before that, which was the main speed up one. But then he even noted at that point he had some bugs, like level 24 and 25 are both reporting level 24 on the screen for some reason.
Now, is the proper way to pronounce V in the UK Ved?
Ved. Yes.
Yeah,
that's what I wanted as a kid, so it would rhyme the alphabet. So,
yes, it's Ved and Zed. So yes.
Yeah. So you had 3 bug fixes compared to the previous one that was out earlier this week. It didn't start correctly after you won the game. The game sometimes lets you move upward when you shouldn't be able to, and then level 23, 24, 25 display problems. So that's what he fixed after he did the main speed ups.
Neat. Good job, Rick Kelly. You know that guy.
Paul Thayer did an update on his Coco band. He actually was demonstrating some of the movements and stuff here.
What is this CoCoTALK is now live shite that keeps popping up on your screen?
Log update.
Somebody's spamming me.
Yeah.
Some idiot named ogStevieStrow or something. I'm not sure about that guy.
It's inspired by a few different games. Sokoban being the original. Very similar to that. Push things around.
Fast forward a little bit for the gameplay.
Outwards.
So, I mean, if you're taking a look at this here, if you remember Sokoban, which is a puzzle game, basically, you have to like shift bricks around to this final resting area, and you can't trap yourself. Otherwise, you lose the level and you have to start it over. This one adds some elements to it. So you got the gems you have to push around, and you're the little yellow guy in the upper left corner there. You have beholders, so you have people chasing you or monsters chasing you. You also eventually have to get keys to unlock that door, and then go on to the next level with that green. I'm not sure it's a gem.
That's the exit, the spot, huh, where the green gem is or something?
I spent like 3 weeks programming.
And what he's been working on the last few weeks is the AI for the beholder, and I think it's probably a little too smart right now because it's basically just pins you right off the bat.
My little
because he was trying to circle the beholder to trap him with the gems.
Here,
and it's very difficult. He sent me a test one here a couple days ago, and I probably tried it like 15 times a match to trap him once.
Now he's right on
you. See
you.
that yellow flashing on the top? That's his border color change. See how much CPU time is being used per frame for the AI and graphics moving and stuff here. So, with his current team.
One false move and I'm his.
I like the animation of the blinking eye and stuff.
Yeah, and he follows you. It's neat.
Yeah, and that's one of 4 or 5 game projects that he's currently working on. He's got Downland 2, he's got his fighting game, he's got this, etc. So
and what I would just add to this is just a plug for Discord. If you guys are not already familiar with being on our Discord server, this is one of the things you might just spontaneously see one night where we're all just sitting here chatting, and then Paul's on there as Redbeard's like, hey, here's the latest progress, so you can kind of see throughout the week, what people are working on. They'll just screen share and show us stuff. So it's kind of cool that for us who are a little bit more active in Discord, we're a little bit spoiled by seeing content in progress as it's happening, even before it gets posted out on Facebook and stuff.
So
we get to see live previews
Chet,
of
Paul,
stuff.
Nick have all been previewing their stuff as they go on Discord. So yeah, it's an excellent way if you want to see ahead of the game what's going to happen. Weeks before I get to show it on here. When an actual official video is released, if you want to catch game development in progress, it's an excellent place to be. Plus, you can ask questions. Sometimes they'll even hand out a couple limited alpha or beta tests for you to try out, so you actually get on the ground floor for testing. It's really cool to be on that group.
Yeah.
And then the last one for today, and I think Rob Inman had mentioned this too, though I had seen it already previously. This is Simon WGB, a guy from the UK. He does a whole bunch of gaming things on Twitch, and he does Dragon like every week or 2 or 3 weeks sometimes. So he did one here that literally started my local time at 3:30 this morning. So I wasn't up to catch it live, unfortunately. So in this particular one, he has a 3.5-hour stream on Twitch. Now, he does usually eventually post these onto YouTube as well if you're not on Twitch. But he was trying to play some of the Dragon games with his PS4 controller adapter in the emulator. And he actually, on some of the games, gave up and went back to the standard joystick. So the keyboard, you mapping on MAME type thing, because it just ran better for him. I think maybe it's X where he's actually playing. But the games he did in this particular one included Speed Racer, which at the beginning he was playing in the Dragon black and white mode, like they would have seen it in the old days. And then he switched to the composite color, which obviously looks a bit better on that one. But he also did Caverns of Chaos, which is this one here. And I'll just...
I like the font. Looking at that double height font. Looks really cool.
Yeah, and this was an actual Dragon game.
Okay.
Then he played Danger Ranger, which I think, Nick Marotta, you'd mentioned you'd never seen before?
No, that was I think it was Rob Inman who said that. I played it as a kid.
Oh, okay. Because I know Boda just played it here on his last stream for the Coco a couple of weeks ago too, and that was a new one to him as well.
Okay, so this has artifacting turned on.
Yeah. No, this game's not set up for that. He also played Cruising, another Dragon game, Tea Time, another Dragon game, Dungeon Raid, which was by Ken Kalish and was
yeah,
the Dragon Market, but we're on the Coco as well. The Wizard's Lair, and then Fire Force, which is kind of a commando style. I won't play them all because we've seen most of the games before on here, but just want to give him a plug because he keeps doing these here, and I'm curious if maybe he actually gets, if he's running the modern emulators, he can emulate a 6.309. If he wants to try some of the games I've 6.309ized on the Dragon to see how they run with the 50 hertz refresh rate and stuff too, like color card and stuff. I'd like to see him try those, so I'll try to get in contact with him at some point.
Neat.
And that's it for the Game On news.
Far out. Is our host David Ladd still here? David, are you awake? Why, yes, I'm awake and I'm excited to be here.
Stereo.
I am so excited to be here. I was busy with my grease weasel, but I am back.
I've got enough time to move right straight into regular news, or do we need another break?
Does anybody need a break, or we want to go into news?
Ron needs a break.
Ron's paused. So, what do you guys think? Commercial break or go straight into news?
There's a lot of news. I will warn you.
All right. We will do a commercial break. We'll be back after these words with news from L. Curtis Boyle. In the meantime, very briefly, I'll go ahead and share sound so you guys can hear it. And here we go.
And now these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages. It's expandable and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2. Sale priced for Christmas. Only at Radio Shack.
Hi, I'm Kieran Anscombe, author of XRAW, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
At GSoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz. And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gynes. Legend says, when the moon is full, if you go out in the country by the lake and whisper the name of Nick Marotta 3 times, his spirit will appear and he will grant you a product idea.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment costs, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hi, I'm Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games on the color computer. And you're listening to CoCoTALK on CoCoTALk.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Okay, you guys got that?
We are. That guy's got a really confused look on his face right now. What are we witnessing now?
Okay, this is one of the many, many Septandy videos, and actually this is a 3-parter, and this is probably one of the best parts of the Septandy that I've seen actually for the whole month. So this guy is, his channel's called Dinty's Hideaway, and as part of Septandy, he actually did an interview on Skype or something with John Roach, who used to run the computer division at Radio Shack. So he's got 2 of the parts out now, and the 3rd part hasn't come out yet. So this first one kind of goes into the early history of, it goes into the early history of his life in specific, and then how he joined Tandy, and how he met Charles Tandy, how the Model 1 came about, some info on the Coco, the fact that Microsoft's own Bill Gates had mentioned that was one of the last platforms he actually did actual coding on. So there's quite a bit of historical stuff in here, and there's even some sneak stuff about sales a little bit, which we've never been able to get anything official on, of course. Because he mentioned that as far as the competitors go to the Coco at the time in the early 80s, around the 82, 83 mark, he'd mentioned that the TI-99 was something they didn't really view as competition as far as sales went. Now, I did a lookup because TI did release their sales. They sold 2.8 million computers. Now, if John Roach of Tandy figures that the Coco, that the TI was not competition for the Coco sales-wise, that means at least that many were sold, and probably quite a few more.
Well, they wouldn't have known global sales figures to date back then. I think they probably just were thinking it's a different machine, it's a more expensive machine, it's a different market than us, so they're not going to, a consumer for a Coco is not going to be that machine. But who knows? Who knows what that really meant?
Yeah, I mean, he did mention that the VIC-20 Commodore 64 was competition. So.
Okay. Yeah, it was a more expensive machine. It was at least $500 for that TI-99 4A, right?
Yeah, until the fire sale when they shut it down.
Yeah.
It was like
I was going to say a lot of TIs were sold for $99. A lot of them. Those gray ones behind him there.
Yeah.
Beige ones, those all went for $99, not $500. So that wasn't selling a lot of them wasn't a good thing, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. And there's John Roach himself there, still living in Texas, retired. Anyway, it's a very fascinating interview. It's a 3-parter, like I said. The first part here is on the early history of Tandy up through not too far past the Color Computer 1 getting released. Definitely worth the listen to. And then part 2 is actually his recollections of Charles Tandy himself. And
wow, that's a great find to get a hold of John Roach.
Yeah.
Why is my crack team not on this?
Well, maybe if you paid us more.
Yeah, right.
We're on crack, apparently.
Anyway, Charles Tandy's a pretty interesting guy too. He was mentioning one specific story when he was getting hired. I think it was. I can't remember the exact details off the top of my head because I listened to this at the beginning of the week. But basically, they were having an interview dinner, which was supposed to last, an hour or 2 or 2 hours, whatever type thing. And they ended up talking until 9 o'clock before they even ordered food. And then Charles Tandy got a call that one of the Radio Shack stores was on fire. And they quickly hopped in the car and drove down to see what they could do about this whole fire thing. So he didn't get home till like 1 a.m. that day from the interview. And then he got hired. So
wow.
Fascinating stories like that. And the 3rd part's still coming out, I think this week.
Real neat. Yeah, I want to see these.
Yeah, definitely.
It's only 12 minutes, so this is a digestible thing. Yeah, okay.
The previous one's 20-some, I think, if I remember correctly.
All right, so we're not looking. This is not like unlike this show, which is a 5-hour
Marathon of
vortex of
despair.
life never returned. That
Indigestion.
Yeah.
Are you gonna play the
5-hour
part?
trip.
Are you gonna play the Coco part? On
Well,
the first one.
I
It's not very
guess
long.
I could try to find it again here just a sec.
I watched all those.
You remember how far in it was, Ron? Off the top of your head?
It's about 3/4 of the way in.
which was a fairly small,
Probably a bit louder
about
than me. Turn it down.
7 or 8 people. Period is computer. We called them blitzes, but they were really barnstorming.
How's that for volume?
Shows.
It could go up a little higher.
Go into city and
You know, if you just
take a
scan till you
ballroom
see the
and a
color
hotel,
computer,
set up about
and then go back a
20
hair.
or 25 machines. And he got
That's Bill
the
Gates.
price,
They're about there.
and it's been documented enough places. He came to the price. I told him horse shit. And when he would tell the story after that, he'd say, you know, my dad and I had done a lot of role playing before I came down there. So hopefully I could answer all the questions well and what have you. He said he didn't tell me what to say when you said horse shit. Well, the biggest customers for till after they got into the IBM PC business.
Yeah.
We developed
Down here in Texas, we don't take no horse shit from you Seattle boys. Don't sell me a load of horse shit, Bill Gates.
You're missing it.
The Model 2, which was more of a business computer, and we sold lots of Model 2s. One of the things in the information you'd give me.
Look at that
the gross
beast.
Margin. I can remember one Saturday morning sitting in the office on the Model 2 and saying, let's set the gross margin at 75%. I mean,
That's a pretty good profit margin.
That we made after the initial ones were very profitable for us. I mean, it came down from that fairly quickly, but not real quick. On the color computer,
Look at those slacks the guy's wearing there. That's
there's a little debate
pretty gangster.
internally because
I like the word slacks.
engineers
Yeah.
said, well, there's nothing to use the color for.
It was the 70s.
And well, that's what the consumer wants for their games and what have you. And so
So we threw together some horse shit and called it the color computer.
Gates himself wrote the basic for it. And
Gates wrote the basic for the Coco.
Yeah.
has said
Yes.
a few occasions.
I've had some people
that's
kind of
the
contest
last
and say that wasn't quite true. He wrote
computer
part of the
he
basic for the
actually
Coco. I don't know
wrote
what the full
software
amount he did is, but
People really liked. I mean, the computer geeks that really were into.
Look at that.
How's all this work?
Wasn't Gates responsible for
Doing
the
their own
CLS9
thing.
Easter egg?
They liked the color.
probably
computer.
him or Allen, one of the
It
two.
was relatively.
Because that was done in Commodores and
low
other things too to
priced, and we
prevent pirated versions of Basic
sold
going
it
out.
for
That's my
a
art
number
right
of
there.
years.
Yeah, that's Ron's artwork that made it into that video.
Wow.
Over the years, they were certainly involved and had their chip in it.
And he does mention that the Coco community is still
what
actually
have you.
active today, so he
We
keeps a little bit of
had,
tabs on us too.
Motorola, a guy that was a director, was.
All right, well, we don't want to give away the whole video. Save some for the people who are going to watch it. That was cool, though. That was definitely cool. I can never get tired of hearing that guy say horse shit, and tell you that. So, and I didn't put that in the soundboard.
Yeah. Why is it not on the soundboard already, Steve?
Why'd Tandy do that horse shit?
Why'd Tandy do that horse shit? We put some horse shit in a box, called it a color computer.
God, no. We're a fan site, remember?
Oh, well, tell me why did Tandy horse shit?
All right, and we're moving on.
Yes, please. Let's get back on track.
We're a pro Coco site here.
That's right.
Enough crap and get on track.
Anyway, like I said, the Charles Tandy or the talking about Charles Tandy, because he died rather suddenly. I think he was only 61 or something when he passed away.
That is such a
and
gangster
Rose basically
pose. Look at that gangster pose too. He's got the cigar. He's got the frickin' pinky ring on. He's like the frickin' Godfather right there, ain't he?
Yeah, and he even goes into the history, like when Tandy bought Radio Shack, because Radio Shack was an independent store chain, and Tandy Leather Company bought it. Tandy Leather Company's still around, of course.
Mm.
But he went into Tandy at the time had some pretty innovative ways of paying their stores too, which he kind of goes into here, where even if your store was losing money, you could actually do quite well as a manager. He goes through the whole formulas and how that was all set up. So it was pretty innovative thinker for the time, back in the 70s when he took it over. So that's a very fascinating interview too, and I'm really looking forward to the third part.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Next up, and I'm going to have a chunk of Septandy at the beginning because I did these earlier in the week, and then I'll have a chunk of Septandy near the end too when I did literally this morning. So this is my quick things on YouTube, and he fired up his Coco 3 Orchestra 90 and disk drive for the first time in 30 years. Hadn't turned it on at all, and it all worked, though he had to do a bit of cleaning.
So this is the first power on.
How's the volume on this one?
Coco 3
It's fine.
In about 30 years.
It could probably go up a notch.
Since about 1990. I migrated to a Tandy 1000 in late 1990, and this has been mothballed ever since. This will
Kind
be
of what
the
you
first
did too,
power
Steve,
on
except you
in
did it earlier.
30
Yeah.
years. Power cable is plugged in. Here's the first power on.
There it is. Click. The relay kicked in.
And it looks good.
Poof.
What is this smoke coming out of the grill?
That's not an
Oh,
issue. That's a feature.
Double floppies. Look at him.
Controller to see what
Yep.
happens.
Uh-huh.
That was a good thing to pull out of the mothballs.
Uh-huh. Double floppy. Uh-huh.
And he wasn't expecting the floppies to work, actually.
It's not reading. He's going to have to clean out the contacts there, huh?
So that tells me that something's not quite right.
You'll
Might just be
eraser.
dirty contacts. Let's try a few
No.
times moving it in and out.
A little bit of deoxit.
Don't blow on it.
See if it's simply
Whatever you do, don't dip your contacts into horse shit.
And thus is the theme of the rest of the show.
Is that the title of the show?
Yes, the horse shit episode.
Down by the famous stockyards of Fort Worth.
Isn't that appropriation?
There, he just cleaned the contacts off.
And then boom, it just
on
came right
camera,
on.
And now it's working.
Yeah.
So.
Is that the actual floppy sound?
No, that was me.
Oh, you did a damn good one. Can I hear dot matrix too? Can you do dot? Can you do dot matrix, Rick? The folks in the podcast are really going to love hearing the audio version of that. So yeah.
But can you do a cassette load?
Ooh.
No, I used to could. Steve Bruce Moore could.
Anyway, everything's basically working. He's got a high-res joystick interface he hasn't had a chance to try yet, so he's going to try to get a sequel video of this, kind of showing some actual software running. Next up from Septandy, the guy named Retrobits here. And he does a first look and more, including burning his own ROM card games using the Coco EEPROM pack from Mark Blair. And he discovered some issues with some of the initial setup for it, but he did eventually get it working with some help.
That's a really clean-looking Coco too.
And I like the backlighting he's got going on there.
He still cleaned it even more, but cleans the individual keys.
I have never cleaned a keyboard. I mean, not that it's a bad thing to do, but it's a lot of work too.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And here's his little EEPROM cart that you can burn your own proms onto. So he actually got the schematic off the web, went to the Color Computer Archive to grab some cartridges to put on. A little bit of details in that. I don't know, has anybody else here used that particular Mark Blair EEPROM hardware?
Yes.
Cart? What's your opinion of it, Dave? I've never actually even heard of that one before in particular.
Well, that's actually the cartridge that I've put a whole bunch of drive wire ROMs on for some of my machines. So.
Oh, so when you turn it on, it just automatically has drive wire up and running type thing?
Yeah, HDB DOS. It's just in there, ready to go. Also, there's on Thingiverse, there's a case that is actually designed to work directly with that. And you just print it, slap everything together, put a screw in it, and there you go.
Okay, because it did sound like it would hold like up to 8 cartridges worth of ROMs or something like that.
It's got
depending
up
on the
to
chip,
64K ROM that it can hold up to. So that's 8Ks.
Right.
Okay.
Now on this video though, which I did leave a comment on his video, he was using a utility to convert the CCCs into bins.
Yes.
Then he was trying to burn the bins. I said, no, you just need to rename the CCCs to .ROMs and then load those into your EEPROM programmer. Because the .bins are for like loading
Emulators,
from cassette or the disk images.
Yeah. Now he did figure a way to work around it himself, but yeah, your method's much simpler than what he was doing. But yeah, you got a couple ROMs. You got
Dungeons of Daggerrath. There you go.
Dragonfire. Tetris. The diagnostic.
I gotta say, I know when we started the whole September thing, I wasn't meaning to necessarily poo-poo the idea, but I remember making a statement like, yeah, I'm not into movements or hashtags. I'm glad people are doing it, but that's not for me. But which is still a true statement, but I don't want to take away from the fact that this is a great movement in general, that people are getting excited about September. I think this has been the best year for it as far as of the participation. And while I did kind of, poo-poo it in a way by saying, yeah, I'm not all jumping on the hashtag bandwagon because we're always Tandy, I am very appreciative that there's this many people promoting Tandy in general. It is a good thing.
Why do you say poo-poo and then earlier you said bullshit?
I know it was horse shit, but let's get the animal right there, Ron Delvo. But
come on,
yeah.
This is a particular good year for the Coco.
Yeah, no, it actually is. So I just want to maybe retract what it sounded like and clarify my intention. I did because
is this like the MC10 and OS9?
No, not necessarily. No, but I'm just I just want to clarify that I think this is a great thing.
It's
that
been
people
a great
are doing
discoverability tool. I mean, for people that see Tandy, they might see a Model 1, they might see a Tandy 1000 because it's covering all of Tandy's computers.
Yeah. So
your opinions on
what it's doing to provide coverage for Tandy is absolutely a phenomenally positive thing, and I don't want to distract from that. What my original statement was saying is that I just don't want to jump on this bandwagon and just for the sake of trying to milk the opportunity, because I figured, listen, we're Tandy all year round, so we don't need to whatever. It didn't seem important to me to hashtag it because we're always Tandy. But other than that statement, I want to acknowledge how good this is for Tandy and for us who are fans of Tandy products. And I am very appreciative that there's been this much resoundingly, overwhelmingly positive and a great quality and quantity of Tandy content this month. So I want to thank everybody who's been doing that, and especially thank you, Curtis, for bringing it all to the show so we can cover it.
Yeah, and
go ahead, Dave.
No, I was going to say, and that's one of the reasons why I also suggested that we should put at least the hashtag
and I did options. And I did. I went back and I did that. But at first I was kind of it's like I have this whole thing like I don't want to do stuff just because, so but I think it's worthy. So I did go back and hashtag and tag Septandy and everything we've been doing so far. So.
I was going to mention that too because a lot of these channels do all kinds of retro computers the rest of the year, and some of these are brand new to Septandy this year. There are a few that were part of it last year as well. And a lot of them this year, as has been mentioned, are doing Cocos. But the thing is, it's discoverability because all these people watching these other retro channels suddenly see Tandy videos showing up on this channel. They're not normally following Tandy stuff. They're doing Atari or TI or whatever else.
Right.
And then they go and decide to take a look. Oh, that Coco thing looks interesting. What else other Tandy videos are there? And then if our stuff shows up, they'll discover our show, and that's already happened.
And that's again, it's not a bad thing, but I just have this kind of anti-exploitive thing where I don't want to try to,
Well, Stevie, let me just tell you why you're wrong.
It just seems kind of exploitive to me in a way, but whatever.
It's not to me at all, to be honest. This is them sharing us with them, and us sharing with them on our own as well. It's basically helping spread the retro hobby in general. So.
What about hashtag always Tandy?
Always Tandy, yes.
What I want to see is, hashtag horseshit.
Hashtag horseshit. That's right.
I think the views will zoom through the roof if we do that.
That'll go right to the channel.
Sounds like a lot of crap to me.
Entertainment costs horseshit.
Right. I'm trying to figure out what the hell this guy is wearing here. Is this a motorcycle jumpsuit? Is this a
It's
wetsuit?
an Akamai, which is the web. What do they do? They're the ones that buffer stuff on the web on large scales. Twit uses them.
Well, what's he doing with the VCR? Is my question. What did he?
I think that was his tuner to get into the monitor.
Really?
That's that VCR. When you first start, he's using the VCR to get the RF to the composite monitor he was using.
Yeah.
The glorified converter.
Nice. He's using it as a demodulator.
That was the same thing Boat was doing originally with his Coco 3. Now he's actually got the switcheroo.
You can pay $100 for a converter or $20.
I do like how his shelves look really nice, and he's got backlighting going on there. So it's a really cool, clean setup he's created there. I like that whole little thing he's set up.
Looks really classy.
Yeah.
And I will mention, like, some of the Tandy videos, because these are fairly large YouTubers. Like LGR, for example, last time I checked, they had 165,000 views on his Coco episode.
Well, he's a well-known guy. He's going to get that many views on it. He could put horse shit up there and he'd get that many views. So,
but they also have the very professionally done, like they have the transitions and everything else. Like they go all out in the video production side of things too. So when you got that kind of money and you've got your silver plaque with the YouTube banner on it that you got from YouTube, that kind of happens. But I think it helps spread. I mean, we've got new people in the community because of Tandy already, and I think a lot of the people on YouTube that are doing Cocos under Tandy for the first time themselves, pulled one out or picked one up on eBay or whatever. We've been in contact with them, and now they've become friends with us as well. So it's kind of worked both ways, expanding both communities, which is awesome.
There's also, I just watched a video last night before I fell asleep that was released yesterday, and it's a Tandy video, and it was related to. You may already have the video, but he was on Discord getting help to fix the machine. So
on our Discord?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. There you go.
Canadian Retro Thing says that Tandy's brought him a bunch of new viewers. So.
Yeah, I think it's been good for everybody all the way around. I think, and it's been much more linked to and much more viewed, I think, this year than last year.
Yeah, this has been the most successful. Yeah, I mean, because it's been going on a couple of years. I remember the first time it got around, I'm like, what is this Tandy thing, right? And I guess I'm the grumpy old man who's like, I'm not going to Tandy thing, I said, but I get it.
Get off my lawn.
It's a good thing. So,
I've been Tandy since January, you youngins. Get off my lawn.
I'm August Tandy.
Take your hashtags and get off my lawn.
We didn't have hashtags when we were kids.
That's right. Back then we called it
my BBS number, damn it.
I used to call that a pound sign. I remember playing tic-tac-toe with that thing.
It's a sharp symbol. That's what it is.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, for Nick and me and David and both Nicks actually, it probably was the number sign back then because the pound sign's that L for the British pounds.
That's true.
Yeah.
And so it's actually the Octothorpe or something
Thank
like
you,
that.
Rick. Thank you.
Octothorpe, huh?
Octothorpe.
That's right.
That's very cool, Marvel character.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was Spider-Man's nemesis.
That's right, Dr. Octothorpe.
I'll get you, Dr. Octothorpe.
That's right.
I'll pound you.
If it wasn't,
I would have gotten away with
if it wasn't for
meddling kids.
Hashtag this.
Hashtag horseshit. All right, so we're moving on. The Color Computer 3 Trois. Color Computer
So
Trois.
Newsmaker Tech, which we covered when they did an unboxing video a couple months ago of all three Cocos. And then we covered last week, they did a Coco 1 video and a Coco 2 video. And these are the ones that actually do some research. I don't know if they have a copy of Boise's book, but they've done their research on the background. So in this case here, they're doing the Coco 3.
So in our Color Computer 2 video, we discussed how the Color Computer 2
Look at this panning by of the
fundamentally
camera.
the same thing as the original model, but with some nice quality of life improvements and a smaller footprint. That's
What was
not true for the Color Computer 3.
What was the
thing
quality
is
of life improvement in the Color
radically
Computer
different,
2?
Despite its
The better
external
keyboards.
Okay.
similarities
Right.
to the Coco 2. So join us as we continue
12
our
volts.
celebration of Tandy and all things Tandy. Make sure to check out our videos on
I
both
like the
Color
way they're
Computer
panning
1
by here with
and the
this.
Color
This is
Computer
fancy
2 as
schmancy.
well.
He's got the electric motor.
That's the one thing bad about Septandy is it really shows up our production values compared to everybody.
Yeah, right.
Well, except for the
We do-
musical stuff, of course, we're tops on that. But
We do it every week, though. We can't, it's
I
difficult
want
to do a live show with
Tandy.
that.
anyway, I won't play the whole video here, but they kind of go through the Coco 3 and stuff, and they've got another video coming up on the MC10 that they did as well. But he is planning on doing some
Fantastic
software-related
machine,
things.
by the way. Incredible machine. Fantastic machine.
A really small footprint until you flatten it out like in our ads. But...
Really small footprint. I want Tandy.
And I've mentioned to these two because I think it's a brother team that actually does it, because there's another guy that actually is on some of their videos as well, and he used to work for Tandy actually in the early 90s, late 80s. And I'm trying to get them to see if they come on the show. I haven't got any firm response on that yet, but
They're probably used to higher production values at this point. We might not.
Exactly.
We might be a big
I think
step
they might
down
be
for them.
ignoring me.
Yeah.
They don't have time for amateur hour.
Yeah. What are you guys? Public cable access of the YouTube? What's going on there? What kind of horse shit you trying to draw me into?
we're like a couple of kids with a Super 8 in the backyard. is what we are.
This program brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you.
Penniless drones with, never mind. So next up here, this is kind of a part 2. Now we covered, this would have been a few weeks ago, I think, at the early part of the Septandy, where the Computer Museum in the UK, the one guy took I think it was 11 or 12 Dragon 32s that were in unknown states of functionality.
Yeah.
So this one here, he actually starts doing some actual fixing, because the first one he was basically just cleaning parts off and
Hello and
making
welcome
them
to
look
the
better type
Digital
thing.
Orphanage. In part 1
You
of
can
this
see the various
Dragon
stages of
32
yellow.
series
Look at
video,
these. Nice. Very nice.
The main fault.
All kinds of screws on top
dragons.
of the cases there, huh?
Nest of dragons.
There's quite a few of the
Yeah,
ICs
so for those who haven't seen the inside of a
Possible
dragon,
that
there you
some
go.
connections have
But this one actually did have some problems, and he did
Poor
manage to get it
connection on one
working.
of these ICs could cause any number of issues.
Let me see if I got my notes here.
To rule this out, it's a straightforward
Yeah, so he goes
process
through the
to remove
internals
each
here,
selected
including,
IC.
I've never seen this before, but he's actually ripped apart a clock crystal to show you what's inside of a clock crystal. Did you guys
I
wanna see that a
cannot,
little bit?
even though I have IC pullers, I cannot get CPUs to come out that gently. I always end up freaking yanking the damn thing out and bending a leg. I'm just not an IC puller. Look at this. Brush up, brush up, brush up, brush up, brush up, brush up.
Now, one tip here, don't use the same toothbrush you use for normal brushing your
IPA
teeth
and
thing.
individual
That's-
scalp treatment for the legs of
And
the
deoxys
dragon.
Sounds like a pro tip.
Pro tip.
Grubby chips into a feast.
Now, in this case here, the problem with the machine actually was mainly the clock crystal.
Oh, really?
So he actually, since he had to yank out the old clock crystal anyway, we actually took it apart to show you what the
Is
inside
it
of the
just
clock
me, or is
crystal-
there a little bit of a fisheye thing going on here to the
Yeah,
lens?
no, he
Okay.
does have a little bit of fisheye.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to fast forward to the clock crystal thing. Because
I gotta
this is
say,
something
between the soothing music and his very British accent, this is great. This is like Zen listening to this guy right now.
Point, some people
I could listen to British people talk
the better
forever.
So let's take a break and have a look.
Coco ASMR.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
And he's got a good zoom.
Look
lens
at
there.
that. Holy shnikes. You can see the grooves on the edge of that freaking thing right there. Look at
Yeah,
that.
Happy little pliers.
Yeah, little happy little pliers here. Yeah.
Happy little.
Let's get crazy here.
Just remember that.
We're gonna cut into this.
Now, for some of you hardware types, have you ever ripped apart a clock crystal before? Because I've
Oh
never
my
seen what
goodness.
they look
I
like
have never. I've never
must
ripped
be the
apart a crystal. Now I want
material I
to.
read
What
about in
kind of...
Wikipedia.
That's a piezo crystal.
It's definitely a piece of something.
This is the main clock crystal that actually drives all the signaling in the computer. And there does appear to be a hairline crack because he was getting weird, wonky results, so he replaced it. But
I mean, I had an RS-232 pack I had to replace the crystal in one time, but I didn't tear it apart.
There's nothing else in the can.
Pretty unusual for crystals to play up.
This-
It's well diagnosed.
Your moment of crystal meditation.
Did you
like you
replace
to
with
think,
Folgers crystals?
think happy thoughts right now. Remember when things were easier and more
Need a
relaxed.
replacement for the Dragon's non-standard
Sean
14.218
remembers.
megahertz crystal. I recommend Mutant Cat.
I just found this part fascinating because I've never seen the inside of one before. I had no idea what they look like.
As you're looking at this crystal, I want you
If
to
I would
just
do that,
relax your mind.
I would probably injure myself. I'm sure this would end in me drawing blood.
Megahertz crystal.
It is funny. This is a very, 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 very fast piezo sounder thing going on here.
For this
Yeah, there's the crack.
Well, Al's got one.
As a replacement.
It's not going to work.
What kind of horse shit was that right there, man?
Nimble says maybe we'll put a little fractal tree over there.
Now has a beating heart. Is it working correctly?
Once he puts a new crystal in, all of a sudden he's getting the right signaling, so then he goes on to clean the
This
keyboard.
is how I got that shot, by the way.
This is an amazing video.
It is. This is
It is.
it's
It's
so
really good. Well
meticulous and so very methodical and very well cameraed and angled. And
And the zoom
when I
in.
grow up, I want to make a video as good as this.
It's very well everything unlike this show.
Yes.
Keep it in there, buddy.
No horse shit in there.
Yeah, that's right.
He's busy cleaning on the case. And then he fires it up and it works.
However, it promises a view
So
oriented.
he decided to try Worlds of
Thankfully,
Flight
it
flight
comes with a
simulator.
chunky manual to keep me in
I know that guy.
Both analog joysticks.
Oh, cool joystick.
What kind of joysticks are
Is
those?
this the perfect computer for?
They're one of the
flight
alternate
plans?
Dragon ones, if I remember correctly.
They're not the
Those are cool
the
looking.
dragon
Kieran
one
could
I
actually
have is
answer that
different.
probably better than we can because he was.
Are they
he's
totally
in the UK.
self-centering only? Oh no, they're not.
No.
Yeah,
No,
you
they
wouldn't
don't
really
have
want that for Worlds of Flight either.
They don't only think about themselves.
Oh god, that was bad. That was actually
Information in
good.
the manual.
It took him a while to figure out how to turn the brakes off so he could actually get flying.
You got, and listen, you got even though it's wireframe, that is utterly impressive to be able to do any type of flight simulator level things on an 8-bit machine like this. You know what I mean?
Interestingly, the reset button.
Yeah,
just
he wasn't that impressed with it. He thought it was kind of slow, but I mean, it's 0.895 megahertz back in
Yeah.
the day doing real.
Well,
3D.
not only that, but is it because it's on PAL and it's 50 hertz? Does that slow
That
down?
might have something to do with it. I
Yeah.
hadn't thought of that.
So if it's bad at 3D games,
I haven't played Worlds of Flight in a long time, so I'd have
He
to
says
actually
it's
fire it up.
bad at 3D. Well, I guess it's all.
Ready by Pocket Money Software caught my eye.
Send
this
your
summer.
angry letters to
This is
Pound
another
99, huh?
deal, who operated from St. Austell.
Yeah, the video.
I remember seeing this one. We've
Used to be
seen this
good.
before. We've seen Geiger Punk do this and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this something?
It doesn't look quite the same without the round TV and the lava lamps, but it'll do.
He's got nice shots of some of the packaging and stuff. Like here, Rail
Yeah.
Runner, which is a computerware game, is actually a cart. Where here is cassette and disc only.
Yeah.
That's a really well done.
Snap
video.
it in there.
Near instant gameplay, something that was sadly missing from my CPC.
And see, he does have that
even
red
with a
background,
disc
so it's kind of level.
Oh, look at
Rail
that.
Runner, you move a character called Bill Switchman down through a maze of moving trains and handcars to rescue the hobos on the other side.
Hobo.
And by hobos, he means CoCoTALK people, because we're just low-end production people. So that's us on the bottom there. That's,
Yeah,
that's our old version of Zoom.
That's a great SG24 screen right there.
Yeah. And one of the ones that if you do the poke to get it to run in the Coco 3, you can get the graphics work, but you won't see the score,
the
the high
score.
score, or the page number, which is which screen number you're on. So anyway, it's a really well-done video. Definitely check that one
Absolutely.
out.
Absolutely. That was our moment of zen.
And next up, another retro one. The Retro Channel. Now, we showed him before, too. He had two Coco 1s. One was a pretty stock, or Coco 2s, I should say. One was a fairly stock one. And the other one had the HDL 57 keyboard and all those switches and stuff on it. So in this case, he actually went through and finally figured out exactly what everything did with some help from the chat.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the Retro Channel. And yes, part 3 of the.
You can see the original Coco 1 on the left here
so we
with
left off in
standard
part 2
stuff,
with
and then
an
the Coco
issue
1
with
on the
video
right, which had
output,
switches and the HDL.
modified
And
Coco. So we're going to try and diagnose that today. But I thought I'd put the other one out here.
I think he gave us a shout
just
out
so
on
we
this
can have a
one,
look
too,
at
if I
some of the
remember correctly.
subtle differences, and also if you don't know what
Just go ahead and fast forward to that part
in the first place.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't have a clue.
And if you could have that whole thing with Boat and Aaron talking about
Oh, yeah.
That's 6
I haven't-
minutes of. Let's have that queued up. So
I can't believe you haven't soundboarded that one yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
I haven't seen that yet.
That was from a
after
while
lot
ago
of
when they
head
were just like a
scratching
6-minute tirade on
and
how
just chasing
all the other
things around the
communities
board,
suck and
comparing it
Coco's
to the
great and
working
Coco
one.
SDC is
I think
amazing
I've
and all this other
found-
kind
That
of
was
stuff.
when Boat redeemed himself for his Donkey King comments as well.
Oh, yeah.
Before I show you what it is, I'll just
Oh,
show
okay.
you
I thought
on
it
the
was the thing
scope.
from this week.
No.
No, I haven't seen that.
He's
On
planning
the
on
other
doing
one,
another
it's
Coco
a
stream now that he's got his switcheroo, though.
TL514.
Awesome.
Basically, the motor.
Sometime this week, I believe, actually. Maybe this
'cause
week.
these
Look at this guy. He's got probes
plus
and
5,
scopes
plus
and
12, minus 5, minus 12 volts.
You make soldering look so easy,
all
Curtis.
available. And I just
Yeah, and he still has hair.
realised
What the
that
hell's
on
up with
the
that?
other board, there is
Yeah,
no minus.
It was a very
I could do
interesting
this with
repair
the
video,
multimeter
and
as
it was
well.
interesting to find out
So
what was
around
wrong.
here somewhere,
Yes.
we've got
That's a really early model too, obviously with the big ceramic
our
caps there.
minus 12 volts, which just it's not the problem.
Yeah, they're just
Actually,
too
it
big
is
for me. I'd
like
have
a-
to go through.
David,
and
since
change
you're more
them.
hardware oriented than I am, do you want to
That's all we
explain
need.
exactly what he found out with it? Because I'm not going to play the whole video.
Well, pause it so we can hear
well,
David.
If skip to the end where he's
You
showing
should see a
the
voltage drop because
keep
clearly
going. There should be one where he shows the board view right where he's pointing at. It's closer.
And what I realized was
Keep going a little bit.
The
It should
NTSC
be-
versions, the schematics, or if this board had the so there are actually 6.
Well, this is where you
characters.
figure out what the switches are,
and
too.
then you've got stock with inverted colors. You've got the alternate font.
Oh.
And then you've got inverted case with the alternate
So is that
font.
is that a
Then
different
you've got
ROM or is that just the
inverted
T1 with the
colours
lower?
with the alternate font?
No, that's a lower
And
kit
you've got
added on
inverted
to it with
colours,
extra switches to do
inverted
inverse
case
video
with
and
the alternate
swap the
fonts.
upper and
Oh,
lower
neat.
case
Yeah, 6
around. And
different
like these are all the
options
different
all
Wow.
combinations with 3 switches
Thanks
gave
to
you.
the people in
Wow.
the last
Cool.
video who left comments with what they thought it might be. There was suggestions of the Green Mountain Micro Kit, the Microtech.
We've, of course, had Dennis kits on the show before. So.
47. No, I had a look at a few kits and nothing matched up to what I actually have here, so I still don't know exactly.
And it could be a homemade
Yeah,
version.
Terry
of it.
Steggy had to leave
Like
us.
the board
Take
doesn't
care,
really
Terry.
have any markings on it.
Yeah, later,
and I
Terry.
don't
Bless your
know
heart.
who made it, but anyway, I've got
So,
that
but
here
yeah.
now, so I may as well take advantage of it. I did remove the switches because actual switches themselves aren't making good contact internally, so that's why it was sort of flickering a little bit in the last video.
Okay.
And
It's even got a grounding mat there. This guy's a pro. I have never grounded anything, and I've ever in the history of ever, I've never grounded myself for anything.
You're grounded.
Oh,
Stevie.
I've
I've
got
been
the
grounded,
wrist strap,
yes.
I've got the Radio Shack grounding mat, plus I have an iFixit
So that'll be
grounding
coming
mat.
up. I'm actually going to do a
You have a
full
I have a
restoration.
I have a Radio
pretty
Shack
much
grounding
take
mat.
the best bits from both of these.
So, David, was there a certain
Cocos
part you
and,
still want me to
make
find
a-
here? Or do you want to just explain
well,
what
as
happened?
far as
It's hard to hear
issue-
David over the
Tandy,
video,
of
though. Can you
course,
mute the
and,
video then?
Yeah, so the actual issue for what was going on was the negative voltage rail that goes into the salt chip. I think that the salt chip, but yeah, it's basically the negative rail was not working, so therefore, and most of machines on the negative rail they use a what is it, a 7905 for the negative 5 volt rail. But in this model of machine, it's using a Zener diode to clamp the voltage to a negative 5 volts. And the Zener diode was shorted.
Ooh,
So there was
that
just
went too
no,
well.
there was no
No
negative
negative
5 volts.
Why
Which
are
is
you
why
being
the
so
video.
negative?
Oh, but Jason, I like being positive.
Okay, interesting.
So, but yeah, it was just that diode being shorted and not letting any voltage through that was the problem.
It's a good thing
So-
it didn't fail open circuit. If it failed open circuit, you would have had the full supply rail, on negative supply rail, and it could have done some serious damage.
So, just as a question, why do the PAL Cocos have so much more power supply? I see one major heat sink on a big TO5 and another heat sink flying up in the air that is, it's the smaller one here, but it's about as big as the entire heat sink on an American Coco 3. Why is the power supply so much bigger on these? Just
Is it because it's also 220? It's got more stepping down it needs to do?
No, the transformer does that.
No? Okay.
That's a good question. I've never actually compared. I had an NTSC Cocoa One here, but I don't have it anymore. So I've never actually really done a direct comparison. But that's
There's a little bitty pass transistor in a heatsink that's, like I say, about as big as the smaller heatsink here. There's nothing in place of that big TO5 thing, and the little salt chip. I just never understood. I guess I need to find a schematic and see what's going on because it's puzzling.
So do the NTSC ones not have the TO3 with the big heatsink?
No, they have a little bitty pass transistor that's like a I don't remember, the little flat thing with the 3 leads and 1 tab on top.
TO220.
Yeah. And that's it.
Well, the power supply has
Don't
changed
forget-
over the years.
Yeah, this is a Cocoa 1, so it's got a 12 volts as well.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, the Cocoa 2s though are similar. I don't know about the Cocoa 3s, but they've got the big power supply in the upper left corner of the case.
Well, the later Cocoa 2s had the smaller TO3 transistor.
Are you talking about comparing the Cocoa 1 to a Cocoa 2, or are you talking about PAL
Yeah.
Cocoa 1 versus NTSC Cocoa 1?
Well, so the small case, like whatever this thing is here.
This is an old Cocoa 1. This is a big Cocoa 1.
Oh,
you're
okay.
comparing Cocoa 1 to Cocoa
Yeah.
2. Okay, right.
Yeah.
I
Gotcha.
completely misunderstand that.
Yeah, the keyboard's been changed, but it's it's not a newer Cocoa 2. It's an old one.
I always thought the mine would go gradually.
The Cocoa
Mine's
ones
the
had
first to go. I forget what the
Cocoa-
second one is.
The Cocoa 1s had a plus 12 volt rail, and the Cocoa 2s didn't.
Right.
That's true.
Well, you get your plus and minus 5, and the plus 12, which two of those were eliminated on the Cocoa 2.
Yeah, well, that's what the salt chip did. The Cocoa 1 doesn't have a salt chip.
Right.
It's all linear, old school linear regulators.
And then the later Cocoa 2s made that even smaller in the power supply because less chips. I don't know.
Yeah,
Less
it was
cost.
cheaper.
Yeah.
Less chips mean less power consumption, which means lower power flow regulation requirements.
Let's remember the default answer to why did Tandy do that?
Money.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's cheaper.
All right. That looks
Anyway,
like that was
it's a good video to watch, and it does shut
Absolutely.
out our show on it. So check it
Okay,
out.
thank you for doing that, sir.
I'm surprised. I'm just disappointed you didn't
Somebody
have the
loves
shout
us.
out queued up.
Well, you got to give you some reason to go watch the video.
There you go.
Unlike
The
this show.
narcissist in me is going to want to do that. So
Enough about me. What do you think about me?
yes.
Okay, Curtis, next one.
Oh, is this Erica?
Okay, Eric Amont has also been very busy this week. So he, in the Cocoa Art Gallery channel, he put up some multiple images here, which I saved out so I could load them here. So this is a 3D exploded model of a Cocoa 1.
You sure it's a
Keyboard,
Cocoa 1,
keyboard,
Curtis?
part
Cocoa 2.
Or sorry, Cocoa 2, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Labeled that wrong, sorry. So that was cool enough on its own. But then he went all out and did a 3D model. You can actually like rotate around.
Wow.
And
That's cool.
go inside the case and take a look where the chips are.
Oh my
and-
God, this is Cocoa porn, man. Oh.
Awesome.
Oh wait, hold that pose right there. Hold that pose. Oh my God. Back up. Can you grab your ankles?
My printer's not big
And there wasn't any chance of a family-friendly tag where you get this episode.
This is
Grab your salt chips, everyone.
grab your salt chips.
The 6809's been violated.
We go into the slot, now out, now back in, and then out.
That is amazing. Look at that. Now leave your heels on. That's it.
inside the
That's it. No. Don't take them off. Don't take them off. Leave them on. Leave them on. Yeah, that's it. A little more to the right.
All right, David Roth.
Yeah, I like the way the little lines run up the back of the stockings
That's
there.
awesome.
That is such a cool thing. Yeah.
Oh, that is so cool.
Anyway, I could play with that for hours, but
That's what
Wow.
she said. So
what's her name? I want to date her.
Oh, dear me. Coco. Her name's Coco.
this is the NSFW episode of CoCoTALK this week. So.
This is the first Coco Talk after dark we've had at noon.
No, that is
not suitable for whinges.
Yeah.
Sense
Now,
of
Ben
humor
Drakes
recommended.
mentions in the chat here that this particular site it's on, because it's 3D modeling, actually has an option to view that module in VR, so you can actually literally travel inside it with the goggles.
Oh, I guess get Ben. Where's Ben?
Wouldn't that be a cool Coco game? You know how like the microscopic mission and all that kind of stuff? Imagine a game where, imagine if you could go inside your Coco and explore a world.
Hey, you can make a game like Repair Your Coco. Go
Yeah,
desolder
right?
this joint. And
Oh, man.
Find the floating ground.
That
Getting
is
halfway
neat.
to Tron here.
I know.
Blow up the salt chip. Let the smoke out.
Anyway, that was awesome. I really enjoyed this. I played with this for like half an hour.
I know, that is so cool. This is total computer porn here at this point. So this is neat.
It's awesome.
You get
But
this-
the amount of detail, like just even having like the inside parts of the plastic, the posts are in there. The whole
How do you
shebang.
do
Yeah.
this? How is this even possible?
They must have taken a whole lot of effort. It's
Yeah.
like really detailed.
Yeah, thank you, Erica. That man has got so many talents. It's
And then because he
disgusting.
wasn't done yet, he decided to do. He's doing some mock-up P-Mode 4 artifacted graphics. We did an outdoor winter scene. He even mentioned this would be good for Bedlam, or not
Yeah.
Bedlam.
Like the Black Sanctum or
Sanctum.
something. Yeah.
Black
Yeah.
Sanctum, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's
Christmas
using
game.
the extra colors too, like the cyans and the yellows and stuff you can get if you do the right,
Mhm.
dithering and
Yeah.
stuff here too. So it's an excellent scene.
Happy little tree.
Yeah, happy little trees.
The man's a graphics genius.
Yes, yes.
I-
Erica,
that's what I'm trying
we
to say
salute
here.
you. We speak your names.
Next up, Neil Blanchard has announced the Coco 40th anniversary masks for the COVID era, which you can now order from him. And it actually has a nice little picture of the Coco there, and it says 40 years of awesome.
That was me 13 years ago.
Not that.
Yeah, that is that's what's that? Amy. That's the
Yeah,
the
Stevie
artist?
really let himself go since this picture.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, is that?
I
Oh,
want
yeah.
Tandy, dinky 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 ding ding.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, it does
40
take
years
advantage of
of
the
awesome.
situation somewhat, but it's also because we didn't get a Coco Fest this year, and it is the 4th anniversary. Here's
Mhm.
one way to celebrate, and also like any of us will forget the COVID year anyway, but
Mhm.
there'll be a good remembrance, years in the future.
People, people have to wear masks. They want to wear one.
No, listen, this COVID thing, it's
Yeah.
no worse than the flu. Trust me, when it gets summertime and it gets to be 80 degrees, it's going to go away. Don't worry about it.
I agree.
Which
Just
you
stir the
just
pot
didn't
here.
say which summer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Didn't say which year.
I say no. I've got to zip my mouth here, otherwise I'll get in trouble.
That's great.
Moving along.
Yeah. Next up, we got Robert C once again.
He's been a busy boy. I've been following this. Been following his career with great interest.
Yeah. So he's running the emulator here for the MC10, but this is his rotating word
Richard
graphic.
says for $2 more, you can get the optional nose clip, so you can listen to CoCoTALK. There's clothespins are going to be cheaper than $2. You just put a clothespin on your nose.
So you don't smell the horse shit.
MCX Basic 2.1
Oh, dear me.
VED 2.1 VED.
That that's,
I'll fast forward a little bit here.
Does that mean a T becomes a Ted?
Ted, yes.
And a B becomes a bed?
Bed.
C becomes a sed? Man, this is
Look
on
at
a
that.
roll here.
As the world turns.
backwards.
Yep. Not an MC10 yet.
Like sands through the hourglass.
This
These are
is
the
cool.
days of our lives. Yeah, that's really cool. Robert is doing some incredible things, some fantastic things. I've said this before. He's an amazing man. That's
Oh, every
incredible.
day he's-
And the MC10, incredible machine. Yes.
Is that MC10? Is it? They do, can you do page flipping on MC10, or is it?
I think if you use the manual, you can flip those pages.
If you draw a little.
I'm trying to remember. Like, I know you can't map your graphics outside the first 4K, which is why you can't do a proper P mode 3 or 4. But I think you can map within the first 4K. So you could do, in these cases, like 512 byte pages or whatever. You could do some page flipping.
Okay.
It's very fluid.
And then next up, I will play some of this audio here. Now, this was brought to my attention by Steve Rasmussen, otherwise known as Buck Owens.
Buck Owens.
And he actually sent this one up in the Amigos Discord. I don't think he posted in ours, so I'm bringing its attention here. So this is another retro podcast.
There's other
audio
retro
one.
podcasts? I thought we were the only one.
Well, it's part of Sep Tandy, right? So
Oh, okay.
everything's Tandy
Okay.
all the time. So anyway, this is episode 221 of the Retro Computing Roundtable podcast, which is a weekly podcast.
We know those guys.
Yeah, it's every 2 weeks usually.
Yeah. And they sometimes stream live on YouTube on Sundays, I believe, too. So this one here, they actually mentioned the Coco at the end, and they actually have some questions on it. So if any of you are on their website, in their forum chats, etc., and want to answer some of the questions, this would be a good opportunity. But I thought I'd play this little clip here. It's near the end of the show, so we'll let you play it. And Stevie, let me know what the volume level is like, because I have no idea on this one.
Blake, why don't you kick us off?
Perfect.
I do have an actual parting shot that I want to focus on. I have, and you reminded me, with Sep Tandy, behind me I have a Tandy Color Computer 3 that I got in very good condition, and I added not one of the new versions, but an old, contemporary to its time 512K expander. I have Tandy had the RGB out on the Coco 3 out the bottom of the unit, and I have a S-video adapter, so I can clearly show it on some monitors that I have. And I wanted to get to BBSing with it, and so it's kind of a strange situation the way, and anyone who knows the color computer config is aware it has I guess you call it a cartridge slot, but it's disk drive interface, several audio cards. I think there's a light pin interface. These are all also use that slot, and so you can't really, you obviously run into a problem as far as, well, what if you simultaneously want to, use, like, the Tandy has something called a bit banger port on it, which is sort of a serial port. It's driven entirely by the CPU and it's not buffered, but they have a proper RS-232 card. But if you plug that into the cartridge port, how are you going to load your terminal program? So they had a big 4 cartridge interface called the multi-pack interface, which was designed for the original Tandy and the original Coco and the Coco 2. It didn't fit physically with Coco 3. I think there are ways people would
that's not correct, but
shift the unit to make it work.
Depending on the model, there was a problem with the SAM chip and the
someone
voltage.
started making 2 and 3 slot versions of these
Gal
with a 3D
or
printed
something.
little board with a 3D printed minimal case, dramatically smaller. So I picked up one of these.
You're talking about the mini MPI.
One of my Tandy halls. I
No,
got
just the mini in this
proper
case.
RS-232 card. So I hooked it, to the Wi-Fi 232. I have a drive pack SD card ROM interface, so I have them both sitting in the 2 slots. It lets you use 2 cartridges simultaneously, so you can have you can load data off of one, and electrically from the Coco, it can access a device that's plugged into this as if it's basically a slotted system. So I have done some terminal use with the bitbanger port, and that's fine, but it's slow. What I want to do is use there's a really nifty ANSI compatible terminal program from a guy that calls himself Sock Master. I think it's
Twilight Term.
Terminus or Midnight Twilight Term. Anyway, it's a great terminal program, but I can't for the life of me get it to work with the RS-232 interface, which is needed. I'm getting characters that repeat on and on, or in a different mode, I'm getting nothing, or I'm getting garbage, and so I've toiled with it. And I'd really like to get it working, and I need to just try different approaches with it. But I've almost exhausted everything, that I have in my head. So I'll probably post to some forums. But I think it'd be interesting to get that system, on the BBSs, because the Coco 3 is really it's an amazingly powerful 8-bit computer. And it would be fun to to have a way to use.
Okay,
that.
so the question is,
Because
how do you get Twilight Term to
Coco.
use the RS-232 pack?
Yes.
That sounds like a David Ladd question.
That's what I was thinking.
Well,
And that's where I leave.
Or use
Okay, nick
Netmate.
off.
Netmate from Roger Taylor would do that.
Taylor, yeah, that's another one that also does the full ANSI.
Yeah.
You'd got to think it's handshaking with double characters and so forth. So cables, things.
I ran it back in the day. I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I don't have this Wi-Fi device that he's speaking of. The one I've built only is usable on the Bitbanger, but I'd have to retry Twilight Term with the Deluxe RS-232 pack to see if it works with the Lantronix boxes I've got.
So it might be the Wi-Fi modem itself that's causing this issue?
It's possible.
Well, question number one would be: does Twilight Term Twilight Term support the RS-232 in general?
Yes, it does.
It does. Yeah. Okay, so it's not a compatibility with the application at this point.
It could quite likely be the RS-232 to Wi-Fi dongle thing not handshaking correctly, which would give you double characters and missed characters and fun things like that. But man, that would be specific to the hardware.
Well, I know the Wi-Fi that you and Alan Huffman used, David, I think you guys had to reflash that or do something different on it to get it to work in the Coco in the first place, didn't you?
Well, the Allen's is more designed for the RS-232 pack because it's using handshaking lines. The version I built was specific for the Bitbanger because I wanted a Wi-Fi solution for DriveWire because I just want to plug this into the back of the Coco and connect, across to the machine that was running DriveWire without any wires going to between the computer that was running the DriveWire server and the Coco.
Drive wireless.
And that was my purpose. But I know of a couple people that have my prototype board that have the Xi modem firmware on it that's been using, I think it was Mickey Term or something like that through the Bitbanger. But, it works fine. But
I have a software package called S-Term, and you run that on your PC, and it serves the your serial port, whether you have a 9-pin serial port on your machine if it's older, or you have a USB to serial adapter, and then you could use that with your Coco, and it works with the RS-232 pack as long as you have the proper attachment to it, because it's 24 pin, 25 pin. And mine works. It's been working since the 80s that way.
Okay, so your PC is kind of a pass-through for connecting to the actual internet.
Yeah.
And passes it through the serial to the Coco.
Right. And I have it on my Ron's Garage in the file section. It's renamed ZZZ, I think. But you just change it back to EXE and run it, and it will free up your... if you have serial ports on your machine, or if you have the USB to serial hooked up to your PC, and it takes a COM port, it'll report which COM port you want to use, and you're going. It works. Simple. You can even dial Telnet through the little program and make it come up on... It worked with Ultimate Term and Twilight Term and the new one,
Netmate by Roger.
Yeah. So that's my contribution right there.
Oh, so is anybody here actually on the RCS forums? It's not a...
But they have a
site I've gone to
Facebook. They have a Facebook group too.
Oh, okay. So you can maybe get some people to pass on some info to them there.
Retro
Because I'd like to see them
Roundtable.
get that working, and then they can report to it on the show too. Because they get a pretty diversified audience too. So it'd be cool to get them talking about the Coco as well.
I used to listen to them all the time until I got on CoCoTALK, and then I just haven't had time to keep up with their episodes.
We're sorry.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so it sounds like if somebody can help them, please do. And depending how you want to reach them, they have a Facebook group as well, Retro Computing Roundtable.
Yeah, and they also have forums on their own webpage as well too
Okay.
on the web. So either way.
Who are they again? Can you just say it again?
Retro Computing Roundtable.
Oh, okay.
RCR.
Yeah, they're very, very interesting because they have rotating hosts and they're all from different backgrounds. Carlton Vanston is from Canada, Toronto, and is an Apple guy. Earl Evans is from Portland, Oregon, close to me. He's the Commodore guy. They have Jack Nuttig is from, I think, Massachusetts. He's an Atari guy. We have another guy that's from Sweden. And then I know this one here is Blake.
They have an
Blake
Australian too. I can't
Patterson.
remember his name too.
He's also an Apple guy. I'll remember in a minute here. But anyway, I've chatted with most of them over the years because I used to listen to every episode.
And they're one of the few retro tech podcasts that actually has female guests once in a while. There's one who's
Wow.
Quinn Dungy, I think, who's
Quinn.
who's from Canada, yes, but it's living in Los Angeles.
And she's in like an Apple 6502 expert, isn't she?
Yes, she is.
Like she programs an ML and the whole shebang. Like she's right up there.
Exactly, and hardware too.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a worldwide group and multiple platforms. It's a very, very great podcast. So.
Anyway, next up, upgrading and fixing my Coco 3 in my first mail call. Now, I don't know if he's in chat.
This does not look like a Coco 3 motherboard to me.
I was just thinking that. That's
No, this is just the intro. This is Canadian Retro Things.
Okay.
So he got donated to him a 512K board, and this actually became his first mail call. Where's he open it?
Coco 3. So, here is the box.
So this is Canada's simulation of USPS, called Canada Post.
Expensive.
Let's see
Flat rate
what's in it.
Box.
Yeah, you want to read the French translation there for me, Nick?
It says Les Box.
Flat rate box, I believe.
Yeah, boy,
Check
a terre
that
fixe. I mean, they're fixing
Fixed
tariffs on
tariffs.
you or something. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
You're cheating. It has subtitles.
It's
It's the Rosetta Stone of
the
packaging.
nameplate for the computer,
Horse deification.
which if you have seen that first video where I unbox it, I'm missing this, so that's a surprise. I wasn't expecting that. So definitely thank you very much for
That's
that.
an awfully big box for a nameplate.
They're standard size.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
It's
If you remember when he
more in
bought this, it had
line
one of the
with
ones with
the,
the cutoff,
power
or that
cable
actually, no,
that
this was the one with the jury rigged,
should be
handmade
on there.
power cable type thing. So
If
got a
you've
proper one that
seen
actually
the other
matches
video,
the
you
original.
know the power cable that's on there, as somebody described it, looks like it's off of a lamp from your grandma's house.
Right.
It's just horse shit, I tell you.
What is this horse shit power cord you got here,
And
son?
finally, in this nice little anti-static bag,
He's a bunch of no static.
this
That's an old school
is a
512.
memory upgrade.
Wow.
So I will be taking my computer to
This stuff?
512K.
And the lights are gonna flicker when you turn that thing on.
All right. So
Well, it's okay if you put like a
there's
plate
one
of eggs
other
in there. You can
thing
cook
that
your
I
eggs
have
while
to
you're
do, too.
like Digger 3 or
if you've
something.
seen that other video,
They actually run
And
reasonably cool if you have a lot of space around them.
C66
Yeah.
and C65.
And he has the one
here.
with chip side up,
And
so
the
the
expansion board just
Cools.
goes right into these connectors.
And it's actually fairly upgraded. I mean, Nick Marotta, you did this one.
Oh, so this is where he's desoldering
Yes, I did.
the power connector, eh?
Oh, you're adding those extra letters to
Yeah,
soldering. now, huh?
soldering. He's desoldering it.
No.
And I mean, Nick, you're not a hardware guy, even less than I am. So what was your experience with the 512K upgrade for those that are scared to do it?
The
The
toughest
hair
part
grew
I thought
back
was-
after 6 months.
The toughest part I thought was getting rid of the
That in there?
capacitors, but other than that, it was pretty straightforward.
Did you clip the leg? Just clip one leg? That's what I did.
No, I rocked it
Okay,
back and
back
forth,
on top.
pliers until
Rock the boat, don't rock the boat, baby.
what is
Hey,
what,
Ken says in the chat here, said it's cold in my basement. The extra heat is nice.
a gift or like a gift horse.
It's the Coco 3 furnace.
Board.
What is interesting is some of the 512K upgrades didn't have the little spacer legs to keep it from plugging too far into the motherboard. And if you don't have those spacer legs, you have to be careful to plug it in and then pull it back up just a little bit so it doesn't short into the bottom of the
Yep, I remember that too.
He's also got a grounding strap. What is wrong with you people? Using precautions.
Thunk the video can, you're good for 5 minutes unless you have a cat.
Yeah. All you have to do is just shuffle across your carpet and go install the board. I mean, what's the problem?
Don't forget when I did my upgrade, I had you and Nick Morantes on video with me, sort of calming me down and encouraging me to keep going through it. So.
We were fine with that because it wasn't our Coco.
I remember when I was doing.
You guys were laughing at me. I know.
I was testing a problem on my Coco 3 that ended up being like a loose RAM chip or something, and then when I'm done, Richard Lorbieski did the same thing as having video co-pilots, and I'm like, all right, now do me a favor, now just drop it. Right? And I'm like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, just drop it. So I like do the 3-foot drop on the damn Coco.
Now send it to me so I can fix it.
Job security, right?
One leg it says to.
Of course, you'll have to pay for shipping. But
Those caps are in a completely different spot on Pel Coco 3s.
Canadian Retro Thing said it did have the spacer legs.
So this was the part you had the hardest part with there, Nick, eh? Just snipping those two capacitors.
That was the one I was the most nervous about.
You didn't have the little diagonal cutters to do that. That's the problem.
No.
Attach it.
And you want to make sure.
I used fingernail clippers when I did mine years ago. So.
Yeah, I heard that worked. They're just so tiny. I don't know. I've had.
Wasn't real good for the nail clippers.
It worked.
Yeah. You'd be nicking the nail clippers now.
But overall, I'd say it was a pretty easy process.
Yeah. 2 meg's a bit scarier, but 512 is pretty simple.
Yeah, 2 meg, you got to change the CPU.
Now let's check out this RF connector and see if that worked.
Well, let's see if it even boots up at this point, right? You just added RAM, you did all kinds of shit to it, so yeah.
Now here he later on actually had to change the connector. It was kind of botched, so he replaced it. It's fine.
He just bent a tab down inside and it was fine.
If it has any
The tab inside wasn't making good contact.
He fixed it right up. So.
Well, the fact that it booted means the RAM's got to be good, because at this point he's using the whole RAM board, right?
Great
job.
Yes.
OSTC.
Right.
Yeah,
but he does do it. He does use software to test it too, like a game to test it.
Yeah, and then the perfect test for 512K.
I used Digger 3 for the 512K test.
That first check though is rows of @ signs, because that is nothing. And if you see rows of @ signs in your video, you got a bad.
So I can
pin on a RAM or something.
My way through that one. This is the
and he's playing the composite release of Digger 3, so for us used to the RGB version, it doesn't look quite as good, but it's still an awesome game.
I'm just really happy that I got it all to work. And
as Ken Reichert says in the chat, get that man a switcheroo.
Stat.
Now it makes better contact, so.
It was really cool that he's actually up to 512K. I mentioned him, of course, he's got to try Nitrous 9 at some point, so he said, yeah, he will do that. And I'll give him any help he needs, but it's pretty easy to install with ease of use. So
you've lost him.
It's one of the most amazing operating systems ever invented.
All because of the trash can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, 512 is a very worthy upgrade.
Yes.
This is more Robert stuff, right? More MC10 stuff. Robert has been a busy boy this week, Robert.
Yes,
good for you.
Has.
Good on you, mate.
So this here is a screenshot from the Coco VGA and a Coco 1 and 2, where you have the redefinable character sets one, but you also have the 64 by 32 column mode. So what he did is he refined the character set to be a crosshatch, but you also have palette settings. So now you can mix the colors, not just black and a color, but 2 colors separately. And then running at this res, you can get some pretty interesting color effects. I mean, you could probably do a graphical adventure game with fairly decent quality shading and stuff here, especially if you were at a little bit of distance from the TV. So this is a pretty interesting way to
when I squint my eyes and stuff, this kind of looks like a nice.
You see a spaceship?
Yeah, I do.
Actually, in your case, Stevie, I think it's just the acid you took.
Yeah, no, actually, I see the Mother Teresa in there. She's calling me. Yeah, so,
see, and I see Jesus on toast, so it's a little bit different. But
See horse shit.
Are you
Is
talking
that
about the
a code
screen
name?
image or me and Stevie?
That's a code name for Vegemite.
That's the alternate version of the Sixth Sense, I think.
Yeah, I see dead people. I see horseshit. Everywhere I go, man.
We're gonna have to thank John Roach in person someday for giving us this whole meme we're using now.
CoCoTALK was brought to you by. Holy shit!
It stinks.
I can't believe it's not.
I can't believe it's not horseshit.
Well, you got to remember, Tandy Towers was in smelling range of the Fort Worth Stockyards. So.
Oh, crap.
Next up, Rutherford LeBlanc has a cool picture of his maxed out Coco 1s and 3s and on his abnormally clean desk. I don't know any other Coco owner has something this clean.
Yeah.
But you can see on the left, he's got a Coco 1 with a multi-pack, a Coco VGA, a direct connect modem. You know, the multi-pack's completely full with floppy controllers. The SDC are the Orc 90. I'm not sure what this one is. Probably sound speech. His Coco 3's got one of the Ed Snyder keyboards, I believe. He's got the SDC in there and all the different cards. 2 deluxe joysticks. He's got 2 mega RAM, 639.
Special cutout in the cabinets for his monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I had that much space for my Coco.
It is a really neat setup, isn't it? Looks really.
Yeah.
The thing I find the most unusual is that vintage cordless phone he's got up there. I mean, who has a landline anymore?
I sell about 5 of those a month.
Yeah.
Maybe it's VoIP. You don't know for sure.
Okay.
Could be.
It's all vintage, you know. So he's got a vintage landline phone right there. So.
Yeah. Now the floppy drive setup he's got there is not the standard Tandy ones. Isn't that a Model 100 style with the sideways drives?
Oh, I just saw that. Yeah, I was wondering what that was
horizontal
sitting on there.
side by side.
Yeah.
Something aftermarket.
Yeah, it's
I'm
horizontal.
trying to remember.
side
Didn't
by
the Model
side.
100 have one like this as its drive thing? I was wondering maybe if you used that. Can't remember.
It had thin,
Is that a
3.5 inches, I think.
Got a CCR81 next to the Coco? The Coco 1?
No, that's direct connect modem.
Modem 1.
Oh,
That's the 300 baud modem, that little silver box over there.
Yeah, and some Black Beauty joysticks there too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, just
He's even made it symmetric. I mean, he's got the joysticks on the outside and then into the peripherals and stuff. So he's obviously way too talented for our show.
It's staged, I tell you.
Nicely staged too.
Yeah.
And it's got
only
Megabug
one
running.
monitor.
True, it is.
Now this one here is actually something I think some of us may be able to help with too. Kevin Ray is a new member on the Coco group on Facebook, is also an old Apple II guy, and he says, an old high school computer classmate is going to hook me up with my old Apple II software in a few weeks. I wonder how hard it would be to convert some of the program streets to the Coco 3. That actually should be pretty easy, especially for an Apple II. He says, for record, I haven't programmed on either for 30 years. Over 30 years. They're fairly simple programs, a golf game, assignment clone, some educational math software. So if anybody wants to help him out, like I know as far as text goes, I mean, the Apple II Plus had a 40 column screen, so that's easy enough to do.
Yep.
Low res graphics are a little bit different, so you would have to do conversions there. High res graphics, unless you're using shape tables, that's a bit complicated to do on the Coco. You can simulate some of the simpler ones with the draw command, but doing the full angles and scaling is a little bit different. But as far as if it's basic high res graphics, all they really had was clear the screen, draw a point, draw a line. So that's super easy to do.
Yep, all similar.
Yeah. So anyway, he said once he gets these here, if any one of you, especially people like Mark that are familiar with both platforms, may be able to help him out. You know, if he wasn't too busy getting married and all that stuff. So
I'll make time. Priorities.
During the wedding, cool. I'll let him know. Just a second, dear. I have to answer this.
That's right. Do you take this woman? Hold on a second. No. So what you got to do now is
you have to change the line command to an hplot2 command. And next up, we're back to Sep Tandy again here. So this is from Newsmakers Tech, who did the Coco 3 one earlier and do all the massive research. So they did their MC10 video this time.
In 1983, Tandy was on a
Now, they're not
hot
as
streak.
keen on this machine
They
as they are on the
entered
other
computer
Cocos. I will
market
mention
in
that.
1977 with the widely successful TRS-80 line. Computer market with this.
But they do have panning
the
MC10s,
TRS-80 MC10. In the early 80s, people were paying attention to the trend of computers getting smaller and smaller. In the 50s, you needed an entire wing of a university to house a mainframe. By the mid-60s, you had mini computers the size of a fridge. By the 70s, you could actually place a computer on a desk. And by the early 80s, computers the size of the Commodore VIC-20 were the new norm. People extrapolated from this and were excited by a future of tiny computers the size of a stack of paper. Who knows? Maybe computers will be so small one day you could fit one in your pocket. Many companies were looking to get into the new niche of extremely small computers. In the US, you had the Mattel Aquarius, and Timex was importing small form factor designs from Sinclair in the UK.
It had its age.
Additionally, the
It had the
cost
day
of
of
computers
Aquarius.
have been going down consistently for years.
You can only use it at dawn,
Every
right?
company, big or small, was in a feverish.
Anyway, I won't play the whole
pursuit
video
of
here, but it
bottom.
goes into a little bit of the history of the whole shrink the computer down to make it dirt cheap so that people that would never buy a computer normally would go get one, and then how that entire market basically just collapsed within a year or two.
Yeah. MC10, probably one of my favorite machines ever made. Incredible.
It's getting deep in here.
We repeated that with netbooks.
Yeah.
Someone's got to get that shovel.
Mm-hmm.
But he does mention this is one of the trends that did not turn out okay. Like almost everybody did it back then. Like a whole bunch of companies came out with these small.
Well,
super
you
small
know, my
machines.
parents used to say, if everybody was jumping off a bridge, would you do it too? And then I think they
Horseshit.
followed that up with hashtag horseshit.
That's what you're landing when you jump on the bridge. Off the bridge.
I think the keyboards were a real issue on the really small computers back then. They were just terrible.
And another thing was the really crappy video modulators. I had a ZX81, an early kit model that was UHF 36. So the crappy video modulator didn't matter that much and you didn't see machine noise all over the screen. Every other small computer I had around that time just looked horrible. The MC10 included. There was all kinds of waves, and if you got it just right, it wasn't that bad, but it never was good. And when you got up to a Coco, it was much better. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I remember a friend had I'll call it ZX81 because that's what we called it up here.
Yes.
But yeah, same issue.
I've always referred to it as the ZX myself, too. Incredible machine, too, by the way.
I don't think we're wearing waders.
Yeah. That's why I was always a fan of the band ZZ Top too.
ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
It's the beards.
I got my diving suit on now.
Okay, Brian Reed just chimed in saying that Sep Tandy has definitely made him restart his Coco obsession after 30 years. Well, let's see. There you go, Brian.
Excellent.
Sep Tandy.
Awesome.
Sep Tandy.
So
is
is
a
Brian
great
new
thing.
here then?
I'm not sure, Brian, are you new? Welcome to you.
If you are, welcome. And if you're not, welcome.
Yeah. All right, so we're looking at here.
What are you saying, Nick?
Curtis,
Just
what are we
welcome.
looking at?
Just welcome in general.
Yes. What are we looking at here,
Welcome
Curtis?
everybody.
The locking plate.
Now this one I'll play the whole thing because it's
Oh.
only 43 seconds, but this is Tim Lindner's contribution to Sep Tandy, where he's showing us the color computer locking plate, and I'll let him explain exactly what it is.
Hi everybody, this is Tim. Welcome to my September
And I'm playing
for 2020.
Daggerath like that
Here is
idiot
my
from the
Color
book.
Computer 3 with 2 megabyte upgrade, 6309 processor with the multi-pack.
Is loud enough?
But what
Yeah.
I really
Yeah,
wanted
it's
to show you was underneath. It is the locking plate. Made out of Sintra, cut with 8 holes in a pleasing shape. It locks the 2 devices together really, really nicely.
Oh, I need one.
Look below in the video descriptions for the website to download your own CAD drawings. Thanks.
Cool.
Well, that's
So for
pretty-
those of you who've had the problem where if you plug in the multi-pack into the Coco and you have it on your desk and you're bumping it around because you're playing defense or something like that,
And it tries to like, half separate.
yeah, and then it would it would crash and hang and all
Yeah.
that. Or sometimes you could actually blow up your computer multi-pack too if you cross the voltage line over. So this prevents that from happening and locks the system together, which works really
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
And no screws or blue tack.
What was that, Rick?
No screws or blue tack required. You
There you
just
go.
sit it in
Yeah,
there.
the
and
feet
it's
sit in there and it
locked
just
up.
holds it all together.
Just uses the feet on the devices
Yeah.
to keep it
It
together.
was almost like it was intentionally designed for this specific purpose.
I know, isn't it?
You want to know what I used to keep mine together?
Chewing
I
gum.
took out the foam core board
Oh shit!
and cut it out and set it on there. And eventually, after a day or two on there, it would seat each of those legs.
Put the cocoa on top and smash
and
it.
it would not move.
And it's kind of molded its way into place, huh? That's neat.
That's a cool way of doing it, actually.
Yeah, it is. Ron Delvaux, man of many talents.
Yeah, including playing defense.
Yes.
The actual multi-packs back in the sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Nick.
Go ahead, Nick.
The actual multi-packs that came out during the 80s were like that design you showed. If you go back a picture, or if it's too late, doesn't matter. You don't need all that excess paneling to the left or to the right of the middle 4 holes. So you can make a bracket, and I've made one like that. It just locks the middle 4 feet. You don't need to make it that big to grab the other outer legs.
Oh, so you're saying just grab the right 2 legs of the Coco and the left 2 legs of the multi-pack, and then boom, you're done.
Yeah, that's all you need. And
Yeah.
I've got one of those. That's all you need. Yeah.
Okay. There you
And
go.
that would fit in my 3D printer. Interesting.
Yeah. I made mine out of a bit of MDF.
Okay.
Easy solutions.
This guy must be a Commodore fan. I see the Commodore monitor with the bouncing ball.
The
here.
Amiga logo there.
Yeah.
So this is Mind Flare Retro, and they're doing a Coco 2 Trash to Treasure Part 1. So this one, he's got a Coco that's pretty dirty.
Wow.
Oh,
So you're wondering about cleaning keyboards, Stevie? This is one case I think you should.
Yes.
Good
Absolutely.
badge.
Yeah, the badge is clean. That's been the only thing clean on there.
The radio still works. Darndest thing.
Yeah.
That's planes, trains, and automobiles. I'm sorry.
So he takes it apart, and of course he does the breakdown of what everything is where, and takes it out of the case.
What is a TO3 on a Coco 2?
No, that's a different key. Is that the Mylar keyboard connector right there with the little edge connection?
Yep.
Yeah.
It is. Okay. All right, I don't know why it just struck me as unusual.
Takes all the chips out, he cleans them. Some of the sockets were actually quite corroded, so we actually had to replace quite a few of the sockets because they were like rusted through to
Oh,
turning
wow.
blue.
Look at that.
Looks like a U.S. made Coco.
And he cleans all the chips themselves
the
with a
chip
Q-tip
had
and
some,
alcohol.
Oh.
Alcohol is good for all occasions.
Zoom up inside the RF modulator.
You said, Stevie.
Yes.
Now, he was having problems getting it running here, so he actually found the service manual on the Color Computer Archive, downloaded it, and it happened to be for the exact model he has, too. So he started going through that.
Look at this flow chart. This is incredible.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's neat.
Well, he was quite impressed. He said when he got the service manual, it's like 100 pages, and it gives you schematics and a complete flow through guide of what to check if certain things are wrong. Just follow the arrows and go to the different parts. And he said that he was quite impressed with it. Now, what it ends up turning out from his going through there is it looks like this part here on the left, part of the power supply. You guys, hardware guys, can tell me what the heck that thing inside the heatsink is.
I think it's TO3 power transistor, regulator, voltage regulator for the main
'cause
rail.
Following through the flow chart, that seems to be the flaw. Now, unfortunately, that part's no longer made. Is for what he was saying.
Now,
You can actually you can replace the it's just a standard TO3 NPN power transistor, and you can replace them with substitutes, and it should work fine.
Okay, because I think he was trying to find an exact match, and he said that hasn't been made in years, but it sounds like there's a fairly easy solution.
So there's two approaches. The salt chip is the actual regulator, and this big transistor does this current switching for it. Or you can cobble up a little 5-volt standalone regulator and ignore all of that and just feed the 5 volts in that way.
Yeah,
and the
good
salt
point.
chip will still do the backup regulation for the -8 and things like that.
Yeah,
So
just today's transistors have higher ratings, so you can use them instead. They just won't get as hot, is all.
Yeah.
Okay, so hopefully, if he's watching this, he'll get some clues on the fix without having to try to hunt down some replacement,
And there was
exact replacement that you'll have to find, some other old Coco to steal it from.
Somebody could post on his channel, probably a suggestion.
Okay, Alan, were you going to say something?
Project to power everything by USB. So there's probably a lot of
Yeah.
hints in that.
Yeah.
Is that a
Yeah, they obviously
standard? Is that can that's being stood up vertically? Is that a standard mount for that can? The RF can like that?
For the RF,
Yeah,
That's the US.
on some models it was.
Okay.
The US ones seem to all have the vertical can,
Hmm.
and the horizontal ones seem to be the Korean ones.
Okay.
Yeah, because the channel selector switch actually moved too for that. Anyway, his YouTube channel is Mindful Retro, and he's actually a fairly big one. He's got 11,200 subscribers. So if you guys want to make some comments on there and kind of help him along to get it up and running, that'd be great.
Neat.
Next up, we have AC's 8-Bit Zone, and he was actually in chat here earlier. Don't know if he still is, but he's the one who had he pulled out a whole bunch of Coco stuff from storage. He just had a
that was neat. He had quite the collection.
Yeah. So last week we showed him trying to get 5 Coco 2s out of storage for the first time in 30 years and getting up and running. Every single one of them powered up, including one that was missing the space bar. But 2 of them came out with this, gray monochrome. And going through it, one of them he managed to fix quite simply just by going into the RF can itself and then just adjusting with a screwdriver.
Is it the plastic tip or an actual metal screwdriver? So not even a.
Yeah. Now this is the first one here. So that when you adjust it, let's find it here.
And I found that all I needed to do is just tweak ever so slightly in the clockwise direction, and boom. So the pot wasn't bad. It was just, it just had slipped out of specification over all of these years. So it was either marginal to begin with, or it shifted over time, and it just needed some tweaking. But
nice, easy fix. No soldering, no parts. Even I could do that.
Yeah.
Now, the second one he works on, he did get it to do color again, but the video signal is still pretty crappy. And here he's adjusting both capacitor and the, like he's adjusting several things inside the RF can, and he didn't get a completely great picture.
Oh, that's perfect right there. What's wrong with that? What was wrong with that?
That's bright lines. Yeah.
Amazing.
So he got the color back, and it's readable, but he's getting all this herringbone crap and things in there. So this one he mentions at the end. He's got another sequel video coming out this week later, or next week, I should say, where he's actually going to put a composite mod into it.
Okay. Well,
now, one thing he mentioned is that he found
the can looks a little rusty too when you look at that. Too.
Yeah,
so
it
could be some atmospheric, stuff that has happened over time.
Yeah, it could just be corroded or something.
Yeah.
You mean those lines aren't normal?
Well,
the thing with the RF converters too, with adjusting things without actually having scopes and stuff like that, is they interact. And when you adjust one adjustment, it'll affect other adjustments.
Yeah.
Then you adjust another adjustment, and all of a sudden the whole thing's way out of whack.
Well,
So-
if he found out in here too, he's using like a little metal jeweler screwdriver. So every time he touched it, it adjusted it, from the
Well,
from his own
exactly.
body.
All of that heavy blocky interference was his fingers on the metal screwdriver. You really need plastic.
the plastic
screwdriver
tips, yeah.
to do the
Yeah.
thing.
And he was adjusting a variable capacitor in there too. And as soon as you stick a metal screwdriver in there, it totally changes the value of the capacitor.
Yeah. So anyway, what he's planning on doing on the next video is he's going to do composite, but he found several different schematics, and he's actually going to do more than one of them to try them both out. So the next video is going to show
Interesting.
several alternate composite video circuits.
That's cool.
Running on this particular machine. So
Very cool. I like people who know how to do stuff.
next up part is Tandy, and this one just got released this morning from 8-Bit Show and Tell, and I think he was in the chat earlier too. He's showing us TRS-80 collection, so he's got like Model 1s and 3s and 4s and pocket computers and stuff, obviously. But the other theme he added onto this particular video is also showing Easter eggs that are built into these machines. And of course, the one he shows here, and I'll play in a second, is the Microsoft Easter egg if you do a CLS 9 through 255. And he does mention he's doing a sequel to this, which will include the Coco 3, which of course has more Easter eggs from Microware on the next video. So this is covering these early machines. But just for those of you who don't know or are new to the Coco, we'll show this brief Easter egg here.
And here I have my Radio Shack TRS-80 color computer, also known as the CoCo, and retroactively the CoCo.
Now, I will mention one other thing here. There's an interesting history behind this particular Coco 1, so make sure you listen for that.
Okay.
1, when other color computer models came out later. This particular one has some history. It was donated to me by the Foster family. Father passed away, and he had been an editor, the index editor, of Rainbow Magazine, which was a magazine dedicated to the color computer. So he made a lot of use of this machine. So thanks again to the Foster family. So you can see that unlike Commodore, Microsoft was credited right here on the title screen. This is Extended Color Basic 1.0 copyright 1980 by Tandy. That's the year this machine was released, 1980, under license from Microsoft. But that still didn't stop the Microsoft team, I like to blame Bill Gates, but maybe it's somebody else, from still putting their Easter egg in. So if you put CLS and a color number, such as 2, then it'll clear the screen to that color. There's yellow, CLS 3, blue, and so on. But if you put an invalid number in, like CLS 9, and press return, it'll print Microsoft on the screen. The Color Computer 3 has quite a few more Easter eggs. We'll look at that next episode. Okay, moving on.
Okay. For
That's
those of you
neat.
who didn't know that
That's really clean, that Coco. That's a super clean Coco one.
Yeah, and it's an early one, like the badge is on the left
Yeah,
too.
the
so I
badge
mean,
is on the
that's like
left.
a
It's got the
DRE
RAM,
board.
the RAM badge and everything. So that's really nice, really well preserved.
Keyboard surround.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
So
a
yeah,
keyboard.
he's doing the sequel. We'll see the Easter eggs, which I mean, most of us that have been in Tandy Cocos for a while would know, but some of the newer people that have been joining recently, especially through Septandy, probably don't know some of these old tricks. So it'll be
That
good to
is
see
neat.
those too.
That is neat.
And of course, like I said, he mentions the other ones, like there's Easter eggs on the Pocket Computer, the Model 3, and a few others. So if you're interested in those and you have those machines and you don't know any of those Easter eggs, they're on this video as well.
Cool.
And the final one here, and this I just got the link actually to the direct page. They do mention it on Facebook, and I think they've sent it to the mail list too. I think Eric has sent. So the elections for Glenside, which we talked about last week, the website is up as of this morning to do the actual voting. You will have to create an account if you don't already have one. And it's pretty easy. You can just click on there to register for it for the first time. I will read out the people that are running right now, since those are official now too. So for president, it's Eric Canales, who's the incumbent president right now, and Jim Brain, because we don't have enough sarcasm in our community. Actually, I like Jim. That's just a joke. But vice president, we've got 3 people running, which is John Mark Mobley, who's the incumbent, Terry Steggy, and Tony Pedraza. Treasurer incumbent is the only person running, which is Brian Gores, and secretary, the only person running is the incumbent Richard Bear. So I can't remember what the date is for the cutoff for voting. Do you remember, Stevie?
30 days, so it's going to be by the end of October. So like last week in October is the cutoff.
Okay. So get out there and vote. And
yeah. Now let me hold it right here, Curtis. So here's something that that I tried to bring up. And here, this is one of the challenges we have right now. We have a great community. We've got great people, fantastic people, incredible people. But so especially we have some new people watching us. We have people in Septandy who are getting into Coco for the first time or after 30 years. So Glenside Color Computer Club has been hosting Coco Fest for 29 years. So this picked up when Rainbow Fest ended, and this is our annual thing to do. So Glenside is a club that's been keeping the Tandy flame alive for a long time. They have a monthly meeting, which is virtual, and these meetings are typically attended by anywhere between a half a dozen to a dozen people. And that half dozen is essentially the officers of the club who have to be there. But where I'm going with this is that the attendance is, as far as I'm concerned, slightly underwhelming. There are not a lot of people attending these meetings. You see this exactly same faces month after month. And so for the people who do show up, these are the hardcore people who are devoted to the Glenside Club and are devoted to Coco Fest, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My complaint has been over the past few years is that it really has never been an election, because it's been the same 4 or 5 people just reapplying for the same jobs. And in my opinion, or my own perception of an election, I'm just using like our American politics. Usually when you go to vote, you have to choose between at least 2 evils. It's not, okay, here's the same 5 people, we're going to play musical chairs, right? So there really has never been a lot of people to vote for. And so my whole thing is we should really try to promote what are the positions? What are the titles? What are the responsibilities? Let's try to promote that and see if people want to volunteer to fulfill that role. Saying, okay, this is the requirements for being president. This is the requirements for being vice president. I would like to do that, so let me put my name in the hat. That's what I would like to see. Now, the challenge with that is that people, number one, we have to communicate that to the public, which I think we're not doing the best job on. But then number two, people need to be interested enough to want to do it. And so as much as I was kind of complaining about lack of choice and lack of diversity, the counter statements, which are all valid and I agree with, is, well, listen, if they're not coming to these monthly meetings, then they're not that interested. Right? True statement, but we need to promote the monthly meetings, things like that. So for better or for worse, we have a few choices this year, which I'm glad about that. And a lot of that was just because me being a real dickhead and complaining about it to him. But we got some people on the ballot. But where I want to go with this is I want people to be aware of this, right? I want you guys to realize that Glenside has been around, and that, you know, and if this is going to be an election and we're going to vote, it would be nice to have candidates. And in order to do that, we need to promote that these positions exist better. But then we need people who are interested, that are going to be attending the meetings. If you've been attending a Glenside meeting all year long, you've got a feeling of what it's like. And then you're going to say, yeah, you know what? Next year, I want to be president, or I want to be treasurer, or I want to be secretary, or whatever. So I'm just trying to say I would like more people to be aware and involved. And as the years go on, we have more people who are passionate and committed to fill these roles. I would like to see diversity in who's doing it, so it's not the same old people. Because when you have the same old people doing the same old things, everything's going to be done the same way. So it's nice to get new blood and fresh perspectives on things and stuff like that. That's what I would love to see. That's where I'm going with this. Maybe I'm not getting my point across, and I apologize. But if there's a point out there, figure it out, because I don't know what the hell I'm saying. All right, so but to that end, we do have a few choices this year, which is just nice to see, because now it feels like an election. Now I can actually choose between 2 or 3 people as opposed to just re-choosing the same person.
Are mail-in ballots valid?
It's a fantastic organization. I love the Glenside folks. They're great people, and it's a great organization, and Coco Fest is our event once a year. I would just love to see more people interested in attending these meetings and interested in fulfilling these roles, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you definitely have to diversify. You can't just have the same people running the same organization for 30 years. Otherwise, you won't make progress.
Yeah.
You need some new blood, new innovations, new ideas. And speaking of innovations, Retro Innovations, Jim Brain, who's running for president, actually put in the chat, I think, probably the best tagline for an election campaign I've ever seen, which is, vote for me, not sure if I'm the lesser evil or not.
Vote him out.
Yeah. So,
funny. At any rate, that is the end of the news.
All right. Fantastic.
I'm expecting more Tandy for the last week of September for next week.
Okay,
so we know a few for sure coming out, but I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Great
Excellent.
show so far.
Great news segment, Curtis.
Yeah, well, as long as Mikey went to sleep, I mean, that's the whole purpose of it. So
easy newsy.
All right, so I think it might be break time, Stevie. We need some get up and move around time, and I'm sure Ron needs a quick break.
Yes.
And then we can come back and do our acquisition segment.
Updates and acquisitions. Sounds good, David. You're doing a great job hosting, by the way, too. You are a natural at this.
Right.
You certainly. I've said this forever, David. You're a fantastic guy. You're incredible. You do amazing things. All right, so we'll be back after these words.
Hi, this is Eddie Zerbinsky from beautiful Quebec City. Vous écoutez CoCoTALK.
As you're enjoying CoCoTALK, we also want to remind you about the Coco Discord server. This is a place where people come to connect, to ask questions, to provide answers, to share information, and to socialize. So when you're done, why don't you head on over to the Coco Discord server and we'll continue the conversation there. The easy to remember link is discord.cocotalk.live. See you on Discord. CoCo123 is the Glenside Color Computer Club community newsletter that's been in publication since 1985. While the Rainbow magazine may be gone, it doesn't mean you still can't have a cool Coco periodical. Head on over to the Glenside Color Computer website at glensideccc.com and then click on the Documents link to view all the past issues of the CoCo123 newsletter. Not only can you read all of the past and present issues, we'd also love to hear some submissions from you. So if you'd like to send an article, a column, something to talk about, maybe even a program listing, send an email to glensidecc@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. The Coco World Map is a cool community resource where you can view cocoa nuts from around the world. Head on over to map.cocotalk.live and see where your fellow CocoNutsians happen to be living on the planet Earth. If you would like to submit yourself to be on the Coco Map, send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and we look forward to seeing you on the Coco Map. Hey guys, it's CoCoTALK, and if you've been watching CoCoTALK for a while, hopefully you understand that everyone is welcome to join this show. You don't need an impressive resume to get on. You just need to enjoy the cocoa and be willing to talk about it. There is no wrong way to cocoa. There is no wrong way to be a fan of the cocoa. There's no wrong way to be on CoCoTALK. You just have to want to talk cocoa. So if you would like to join us, then reach out to us on our Discord server, which is discord.cocotalk.live, or send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and let's get you on the show and let's talk about the cocoa.
Hi, I'm Tim, and you're watching CoCoTALK Live. And I'm playing Daggereth online like that idiot from the book.
Can you dial back on the condescension there as you respond there?
I love that. I love that.
Oh, Tim Lindner. We love you, Tim. Yeah.
That's an Academy Award winning performance.
And I actually just had the revelation the other day. I was lucky I caught Tim on Discord. But if you've heard the Coco 3 song before, like, hey, you got your Coco 3 yet? If you ever heard that song before, throughout the song are some sound drops from Tim Lindner in there too, saying, hey, you got your Coco 3? So it's kind of cool. You pick up on that. 20 years later, I'm just figuring out that Tim Lindner was in that track. So.
Huh. The more you know.
Yes. So David Ladd, our host with the most.
Yes. So who's up? Who's got some new toys they'd like to share?
Oh, David, I do.
All right, Jason. Let's see what you got.
Let's see what we got here. Well, like I said at the top of the show, I have over 13 pounds of acquisitions this week. And they consist of this flat rate shipping box from the U.S. Postal Service, and what we have in here is we have some rainbow.
Dun, da, da, da.
This would be the December. What is this? This is December 1988 issue right here, and. So what we have here, we have that, and what I have here is I have 8 issues from 1988, along with, and then we've got the telecommunications issue. This is a whole box of them here. We've got, I think everybody remembers the game issue with the chessboard, that sort of thing. We've got the whole Wizard of Oz thing here from.
That's the anniversary one, yeah.
Yeah, July of '88, and then I have so I have 8 issues from '88, and not going to go through.
Do you have 9 issues from '89?
No, actually, from 89. 89, Stevie, I have 12.
Mm.
Ooh, complete.
That's almost like one for each month of that year.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, exactly. I think they usually put out, exactly, and so I got them for a reasonable price on eBay. Fellow was nice enough to combine shipping on these 2 different years because they would all fit in this flat rate box. That's pretty
Nice.
cool, and I just love some of these old ads. You got the slots and cards on the back here of the November '89. I think this is what they looks like.
Slots are cool.
Oh, Coco teaches Morse code. I'm gonna have to check that out. I know a little Morse code, but yeah, Coco hamming it up with Coco. Ooh.
Ham radio.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, if we ever get to the if we ever do like a ham cocoa thing, if I ever get that all together, then that might be a good place to start. But I think this is about yeah. Oh, here we go. Rainbow ribbon cable. Gotta love that. but
It's,
all in really good condition. I mean, like these.
That's good.
Yeah, very nice condition. Came up from New York State. Nice fella. Was able to get save some on the shipping there. So that's awesome. I'm gonna enjoy those. I gotta find a way other than just storing them in that box. But
very much like the rest of this show. It's a lot of issues.
Yeah, a lot of issues.
Oh God.
Just like this show. Yes. Okay. And just a side note, while I'm here, the Joey Hi-Res decals came in. I don't know how well they're going to show up on camera, but I do have the actual decals there now. If I can get the glare off out there, but there we go. So, sometime, I'm guessing sometime this week, I'll have something pre-orders open for that. But it's been a busy week.
This has this been
classy looking little
has this
box
been
there.
actually formally announced? Because if it did, I missed it.
Yes, it was formally announced last week, Stevie. See, this is what happens when you miss rehearsal.
You haven't got through the whole show yet, Steve.
I am not.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was on last week. If you haven't caught up with last week, then you're out. But just to refresh for the folks like Stevie that missed last week's, this is a version of the Joey controller switch, which allows you to have three inputs for controllers on your CoCo. Along with that, and you can select that via this rotary switch here, which is and then you have a toggle for you have a toggle, of course, just like you do on the standard Joey, for left and right joystick output, since it seems to be a CoCo problem. And then it has a built-in high res interface. We have a switch here for high res. We have a switch here for bypass for standard res mode. And along with that bypass switch, we also have a cassette port pass-through, so you'll be able to put your cassette cable in there if you choose. And when you switch to the standard res, you'll be able to use your...
This is the most versatile product to date so far. I like the placement of switches. I like the quantity of switches on here.
This is the most amount of toggle switches on a product that I've had yet.
I really like the red chicken head knob on it too. That looks really classy.
I use the same knob on the Joey serial switch for the Bitbanger port, and the red is by far the most popular color. I actually have and this will be the same way. You're going to have your choice of a few different colors like red, green, blue, yellow, I think white, and black. And but the cool part, the other thing, and this is going to be, some people may not want this option, but it also has the capability of running either standard Tandy high res. That's going to be the switch up top here, standard Tandy high res, or you can flip to the colorware mode for the folks that may want that maybe have their old copy and want to do that. But I will offer an option to not include that toggle if you don't want it, because I know there's been some talk on Facebook, but there'll be an option to delete that switch if you don't want it.
How much are we looking at for one of those? That's a great.
We're looking again, something I haven't had that time to calculate. I'm guessing it's going to be in the $50 to $60 US range. I think it's where it's going to be, but I need to work out a final number on that just to be certain. But I will have that very soon. I'm hoping sometime next week, and then we'll open up pre-orders and we'll start to get on that. I actually have the circuit boards are on their way. So
circuitry is involved in this product.
Oh yeah, there's a where is it? I have one here somewhere, or I did. It's always last, but yeah, there is a again, I showed this off last week on the show, and where the heck is it?
So this is one of the most ambitious Coco Man projects to date, because
this is very ambitious, Stevie. I mean, I did not know how to design circuit boards. I did not know how to do CAD. I've spent a good amount of time over the last couple of months learning how to do this, because this has been a very highly requested feature. And I came up with this pretty small circuit board, and this is the prototype. It's going to be green. The prototype's green. The production ones will be, I went with red because I like red, but it's not like you're going to see it anyway. It's going to be inside the box, but
to match the switch on the front. Yeah,
match the switch on the front. Well, I could if you want, but that's pretty cool. I mean, nothing else. This has been a great learning experience. How to lay out PC boards, and it's pretty cool. There's actually some free software from Eagle, and you can do. They limit the size of the board. When in this case is not a problem for me, and you can only do 2 layers, just the traces on the bottom and the top. But it's really cool. But I will warn anybody who tries it: there is one heck of a learning curve. But again, cool stuff. I'm having fun with it. That's the big part. I've learned a lot, and
That's very
this
cool.
is going to open up the possibilities to do a couple other things that people have been wanting to do. I just didn't want to get into circuit boards, but I've found a great place to get them made, a great piece of software to use. It's a lot of hobbyists that use it and everything, so there's a lot of support for Eagle. So
yeah,
Maybe
that's what we're looking at.
Awesome.
Given that you're going to use a red circuit board in it and possibility a red knob on top, maybe you could make a version of it with a clear perspex case to really show off the insides.
Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of wires in there. You're not going to want to see that.
Yeah,
There's
fair
a
enough.
lot of wires. There's a lot of wires in there, but I'll be opening it up for pre-orders. I'm hoping sometime next week, and that will be at my website, which I don't plug that often, but I will plug. It's cocoman.biz.
That biz. Well, I got to say, Jason, I've always been a big fan of the third input, so I'm glad we can finally purchase one of those. So.
Good night, everybody.
I can't wait to get one because it'll give me a chance to be able to flip things off.
Don't you do that on the show not enough as it is?
Hey,
Flip the bird.
Yeah, I know. That was a bad one.
You say bad, David Ladd.
It's nearly as
Okay.
bad as mine.
Right, David.
Anything else, Jason?
You know what? I think that's plenty for now.
That's plenty for now. Anybody else got any new acquisitions or new toys they want to show off?
Brian,
I
I
have-
was going to say I have a few things.
Go ahead, Rick.
Keeping the meme alive. Anyone else ever do this mod or recognize it?
Oh, yes. Putting a new ROM in the cartridge or an RTC.
A real-time clock in your 502. You had to stop so the ROM would just lay flush on over the plastic. And then I ran into this thing. Folks remember these?
Yes.
Connect started by buying these from Radio Shack New for $9 when they fire saled them and converting them into serial ports. And I found one that never got converted. So here's a new 300 baud modem pack, complete in its original packaging.
Cool.
Got to be worth $10,000 or so, right, on eBay?
Yeah. It's old and vintage, right?
Right, it's vintage.
Vintage and rare.
And then I ran across an envelope with these. Dun, 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 and dun, 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 and
Are we
another
talking
one.
floppy controller? Some type of controller, right? Because there's a edge connector on
Another
both sides.
one. At one time, Disto sold all of their circuit boards in a pack with documentation and so forth. So yeah, I've got a super controller, a hard drive controller, a mini expansion bus, all nicely done, gold-plated circuit boards that I never had time to build. So maybe I'll have to do that.
All ready
you
to
still-
reverse engineer.
Can you still
Right?
get all the components for them? Or?
I never had the components for them. I do have the docks. So let's see what we can buy. And then, like I say, I'm changing build engine. So I went to KiCad for my schematics now, which KiCad, I don't know, KICAD. But it does.
KiCad.
Okay. And it does Gerber files and all kinds of stuff that I needed to do. So I'm not locked into the build environment I was locked into before, which is going to be important for the projects that are coming up. And in closing, I am ready for both of the new games.
Oh, the Math Tutor? What's the other one? Was that Color Scripts?
Yes, this is Math Tutor and Color Scripts It. I'm good to go.
You're going to get the highest score.
Yeah.
He's getting his practice in ahead of time.
Yeah, cool.
Nice.
And that's it for this week because I've still got to finish learning this CAD program. It's quite the learning curve, as Jason said.
Okay.
Indeed. All right. So who is next? Because I saw several hands go up.
I got
Dave.
an announcement. Yep.
Okay, Dave.
Mine's only fairly short. As I've mentioned numerous times on previous episodes in the last few weeks, I'm doing a competition to name this. I'm tentatively calling it the CoCoD. I think I probably will end up going with that eventually. And I planned on having a list of entries and the panel we're going to choose it and everything. I was planning on doing that this week. But all of last week, I ended up I was working on fairlight repairs. I got stuck right into those and was actually really getting into it and making some big progress, but it meant that I didn't have time to do a lot of other stuff. So I'm extending it by 1 week. So I'll be announcing everything next week on next week's show. And I'll also be putting the list up of all the entries so that everybody on the panel can have a look and decide which one they like the best as well. I'll put that up on my 6809cpu.com website, which I also planned on doing last week, but I simply didn't get time to do it. So the plan is this week, that's all going to be put up there. I'll do that in the next couple of days and announce the my personal choice, and the panel can announce their choice as well. And I'll give away 2 copies of any of my albums that that the winners would like.
Well, continuing with the theme of this week's show, I would like to submit for consideration a name for that project and call it Horse Shit.
Stevie.
That stinks, Stevie.
I think you beat that one to death now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think
dead horse. Yeah,
I was going to say.
Way to step into that one, David.
Flogging a dead horse shit.
You could call it the 3x4.
Okay. Anything else, Dave?
No, that's pretty much it from me, I think.
All right. That's good to know. Okay. Who's else? Who's got something?
Curtis is raising his hand, and then Brian Weasler, it looks like, yes.
Okay, so work is progressing on Ease of Use Beta 6, and I've been doing some fiddling with the mouse drivers for the joystick port. And I've sent out just late this week to a few beta testers who were on the Beta 5 program to see it, because I've come up with a new scheme of being able to switch the windows with the mouse. I've also changed it so you can actually shut that functionality off, because some games and some programs require the second mouse button, which current versions of Nitrous 9 since 2005, I think, actually hijack it to switch windows. So I've come up with a scheme that actually you can use a single right mouse button click to go forward through Windows, but there's also a way of going backwards by using a combination of the first and second buttons. And I want some people to kind of test that and see, is that makes some sense. I've gotten used to it fairly quickly myself, but of course I wrote it, so that's obvious. So I'd like to get some feedback on that, and also if I'm describing in the documentation. So there's, I think, 11 or 12 people in that. A couple of them are on the panel today, like Nick Marotta. You've got a link for it.
Yep.
David Ladd, you've got a link for it as well. Nick Marentes, I think you've actually tried it, though you haven't tried the latest bug fix
Not
versions.
the latest, no.
Yeah, I got a couple of bugs I fixed in there. Terry Steggy and a few others. Mark Overholzer, you've got a copy of it too, so, or available to you anyway. So I'd like to get some feedback on that just to see if it's worthwhile doing. Now, I will mention there was a hidden feature in the previous version that most people didn't know about, and I didn't know about until I finished commenting the disassembly, that if you move the mouse to the left or the right and then right-click, it would change the direction you were going, but only if you're on a graphic window. So if you're on a hardware text window, and most people have a combination of both, then you can't change the direction you're going through Windows with the mouse button. You always have to go whatever the last direction was, which I found kind of janky. I like things to be a bit more consistent. This method I've come up with here is 100% consistent. If you're going forward, you'll go forward. If you're going backwards, you go backward, no matter what type of window you're on. So I think once you get used to it, because it's a little bit, different than probably most people are used to, I think it's a lot easier to just remember and actually have it run consistently. And there's a bunch of other things we're doing in there too, which I won't mention yet until we get up to the point of sending out another beta. But that particular one, I really would like to get some feedback this week if possible, because if it turns out that it's too hard to understand or too hard to use for people, then I'll probably just yank it out and just leave the single forward button or something. And you've also got, in both cases, you've still got the clear key and the shift clear key to do it manually on the keyboard, which honestly is what I always use. But yeah, I'd like some feedback on that if at all possible.
Jason, do you have any feedback
question.
available? Jason Reichert usually got feedback, Andy. Okay, sorry about that.
While he's thinking, I was just going to say, Curtis, one thing I did have a question about. I think we sort of briefly touched on it a previous episode, but given that I want to demonstrate EOU at the next Adelaide Retro Meetup, going between the multitasking and everything, I've found that, as you said, there's multiple different key commands and whatnot for killing a process that you don't want running anymore. But some of them I just can't find a way of killing it. So is there a way to kill something that you can't kill with a key command?
Yeah, so you can actually go to a shell and just type kill. You do a proc first to get a list of the processes running, and it'll give them by name and what windows they're running in, and then you can do kill space the process number, and that'll kill it.
Oh, the number. Okay, I was trying kill and I was trying all sorts of different things, but the only thing I didn't try was the process number.
Yeah. Now, most of them do have a clean exit, because sometimes they don't, if you kill them like that, they don't clean up after themselves. They'll be reserved and get put buffers that are taking like 120K of RAM, and they won't give the RAM back. So you only want to do that as a last resort. Usually want to try to quit. So if you have certain programs that you're trying to figure out, maybe just email me a list or send me on Discord which ones you're having issues with, and I'll see if I can remember or find the documentation to tell you exactly how to quit them cleanly.
Okay, cool. Good one. I was on the right track with the process.
Is there a memory reclaimer capability of Nitrous 9?
Usually if you exit a process, the process memory itself, whatever data area it used, and if the program was only loaded specifically for that run instance and wasn't preloaded, it'll return that automatically as soon as you even force kill it. But if they've allocated buffers outside of themselves, like get put buffers or fonts or that type of thing, then they won't. You can do it manually yourself from another window if you know what's happening. But there was no consistent way, because in some cases, if you loaded a font and some other programs using the font, you don't want to yank that font out and then have the other program crash. So you have to be a little bit careful with that.
Reset does a good job.
Yeah, there's always that. Or the reboot command.
Yeah, reboot.
We'll turn the power off.
Okay, fair enough.
That it, Curtis?
Yep. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of other stuff being worked on, but I'm not going to talk about any of that stuff until it's closer to reality type thing. Though more work has been done on the Gimme X, I will mention that.
Ooh. All right, I'll be waiting for that. So next would be Brian, since he had his hand up as well.
You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good. So kind of some joysticks that I've received over the past couple weeks. There was a guy in Norway, of all places, that had listed a pair of Dragon joysticks, which is something I do not have yet. But now I do.
Oh,
so they're kind of neat.
I got a pair of those new in box. Yeah, they're neat.
Yes, I've been trying to find one in box. I know you mentioned that before, and that's something I've not been able to get. But yeah, they're kind of neat. They're kind of awkward to use because the fire up button's down here. You're kind of holding it like this. I don't know. It just doesn't seem, I guess from what you're used to, right? But well, at least I have them. And then you guys might remember this joystick that I had shown here. Curtis kind of mentioned it, one of his tech segment or news segments. It's this, I don't know exactly how you pronounce it, Alta 1, I guess is how I've been calling it. So, and this joystick here, it is for the Dragon. It obviously works on the Coco, but it has just the switches in it. So it's either all left, all right. There's no granulation with it.
Oh, it's digital.
Digital. There you go. Well, the guy, his name is Simon, had messaged me here about a month ago because this is it's new in stock. And he goes, I have some other joysticks that are new in stock, and he wanted to know if I'd be interested in them as well. And so it's this one here. It's this Alta. It's new and improved. And this thing...
How can it be new and improved?
That's right.
What's the deal?
But I tell you what, this thing is really cool. I am really happy with this. It's kind of cool looking.
Looks like a Wyco controller.
Yeah, it looks like a Wyco Red Ball almost.
Yeah. It has the two buttons, but this thing is beefy. It almost feels like a arcade joystick.
It looks like an arcade joystick.
Yeah, very thick. It actually got a little bit of weight to it. And this one actually is analog. So this would be the top of it right here. So, and
I wonder if that is the Wyco one, because the Wyco had all those features too. I wonder if it's a rebranding or something.
It might have been, yeah, but it was brand new, and I was really excited to get this here. So I was glad that he reached out to me. I don't know how many of these that he had, but it was very cool. And all the way from this guy's in the UK. So
that's Simon Hardy from the Dragon Group.
That might be his last name. I just remember Simon off the top of my head right now, but yeah.
And this had the
Sounds really
standard
awesome.
DIN connector for the Dragon and the Coco built in. You don't have to do the adapters or anything.
No, yep, it just has the same connector. If it's coming through there or not, but
It's this 5-pin, not 6-pin, because there's only one button, right?
correct. Yep.
There's a real theme going on here with red knobs today.
And then another joystick. I can't remember. Just a couple days ago, somebody happened to show it up on Facebook, but I had already found this on eBay. It's a Gravis, I guess is how you pronounce it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Gravis joystick, and somebody posted a picture, and then there ended up being a kind of a discussion about this thing. It's kind of interesting. There's these 3 little roller switches on the end, and what it's used for is when you move it all the way forward. This one here is for this button. I think the middle one here. There we go. This middle one right here is for this button, I think, or it's for the fire button on top. And then this last roller is for this switch right here. And by either rolling it forward or back, it makes it either button 1 or button 2, because it does have a 6. It does have the 6 pin on there. And then the other thing that's kind of cool is this big roller right here, and this moves all the way that way or all the way this way. And what it does is when it's this way, now this is free floating. And by rolling it this way, now it's spring loaded.
So it's like the deluxe joystick.
Right, on
latch.
steroids of sorts.
Yeah.
There, yeah.
That's
So
a cool
Can you do
mechanism.
the spring back separately on the XY axis, or is it always both? Or none?
It's always both. So yeah. So once you roll that, it's free floating in all directions.
But you can't break the little switches off if you
Yeah.
forget to.
Those
right,
little
yeah.
clips
Yeah,
on the
so-
bottom of the deluxes can be a nuisance sometimes.
Right. So it's kind of a neat. Just
That is
another,
really neat. Yeah,
you know-
Gravis joysticks, they're really well made. They're quality stuff.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, there's a bunch of them out there. Of course, a lot of it was the PC based type joysticks. And then lastly, this is more just because I was just kind of surprised to stumble across it, and I saw a Facebook Marketplace listing for a town near me here, and I couldn't resist the price. The lady had picked this up at a what's the word I'm looking for? Storage bin. She went to a storage bin auction, and she picked up a box of computer stuff, and her and her husband went through it. They didn't no idea what they had. They didn't know if it was worth anything, so they threw it out there on the marketplace for a mere $50. And for that mere $50, I got
Atom,
Atom, Personal Finance, Starblaze, Space Assault, Project Nebula, everybody's favorite color script, Panic Button, Ed Tasm, Downland, Bust Out, Stellar Lifeline.
That's the game
And
of
then
the
the
week.
timely. And, exactly. And the one that really caught my eye, and it came with the manual, was the Color Max High Res. Is in there
cool.
with the manual as well. So that was really, and so I just couldn't believe it. What is that? 10, 12 cartridges for $50. So it was. And she said
$5
if it
a
didn't sell,
cartridge.
yeah, she said if she was going to give it another week. So I'm glad I stumbled across it. She goes another week, and they were just going to throw it in the dumpster. They didn't know what it was or what it was worth. So I was glad.
We'll mention too the downline cartridge you have there is the second version of it.
Yeah,
so
it's the
that actually is
1.1.
the one that should work in the Coco 3.
Right. Yeah, it has the wasn't it I think the older one is 1983 or 82, and this one has the 83 on it. So
Yeah, it's just the fact that it's that white label thing too. That
the white
yeah.
white label too. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, some of these I actually have. So I'm going to go through and see which ones I have. Or these are maybe in better condition, and then share them back out into the wild for everybody else who may or may not have any. So
if you plan on selling the Stellar Lifeline one, I have a Stellar Lifeline cartridge somewhere, but I cannot find it for the life of me. And if you're interested in selling that, I would take you up on that. If you're interested in buying it.
Yep, very good. Yep, I'll remember that. Yeah, and then there was some of them did have the manuals with it. I think only 4 of them. I would like to have manuals for the other one, but gosh darn it, I got the manual for the Personal Finance. That was the most important
good.
one,
You'll be
so.
rich soon now.
Honey, I need some help with this checkbook, please.
That's all I have to share today.
Okay. And David, I'm not sure if you see it, but Richard Lorbieski has joined us, and he's had his hand up patiently because he's got incredible people skills. But I think Richard has something he'd like to share with us too.
Oh,
Ooh,
absolutely.
Yes, Richard, would you like to tell us what you've got?
Don't scare him
in?
off, David.
Yes, don't scare me off. I will. Gonna need to screen share as well, so I don't know if you can.
Yes, you have the ability to at this point.
Okay, so right here.
You can do it.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Yep. Can now.
Okay. Anyway, so someone was mentioning a real-time clock, and they put it inside their floppy drive controller. And what I've been working on is for a long time, is a real-time clock. And the problem is, most of these real-time clocks, they use the ROM slot to put the chip there. But unfortunately, in a CoCo, it's just too big. It's too tall, and unfortunately, you can't put a ROM and the real-time clock all together, plus put a battery in there. But I have been able to solve that problem, and right now this is the mock-up of the board itself. I took a project called the ROM-L, which Jim Brain has been marketing for a long time, and I got permission to use it. And basically what it is a 512K flash chip that you can flash, and it's thin enough. And I also added the real-time clock chip, which is this area right here, this one in red. And the chip itself, the ROM chip, is actually mounted on the bottom. What you don't see is the battery for the battery backup. It's going to mount on top of this board, on top of it, and it's all going to fit inside the case. You just basically put this chip in and put the case on. There's no modifications or anything like that to the case at all. It'll all fit in. It'll be a little snug, but it will fit.
So when you say put it in the case, are you talking about a disk drive case, or what type of case are you talking about?
Yeah, any standard color computer case, cartridge case.
So an R32 pack, or a disk controller, or a hard drive controller, etc.
Yes.
Yes. So in my defense, I cut this thing up back in 1993 or 1994.
Oh, okay.
So it's not my fault. I wasn't doing anything new. I like this. Yeah, I like sticking it in a RS-232 pack in place of that useless, stupid COM program or something.
Right.
That would be cool.
Yeah, but the cool thing about this one also, if you look at the top parts here, these little resistors, this thing is a 512K, and these are blocked off in 16K blocks. So you can actually put multiple ROMs, and with the switch, you can switch between ROMs. You can have several at one, you could turn it off.
Are these physical switch, or could they be software switched?
Actually, it's a physical switch.
Okay.
Big chicken head rotary red knob.
Yeah, you can have one of those, or you just have a simple switch. You don't have to have all of them available. You can just, if you have one or two ROMs.
Is it possible to mount this permanently inside the computer itself instead of putting it in a cartridge port? Or
actually, you can. This can actually go into a ROM slot on the CoCo itself. You just need to write the software for it.
Cool.
What was your question, Nick?
PAL CoCo 3s, the basic ROM is already in a socket.
So yeah, you would just replace it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
easy. Now there is drawbacks with this. You have to flash this ROM. You have to have a ROM burner to burn, to flash this, and you can't do it inside the CoCo itself. You have to take this thing out, put it into a ROM burner, flash it, and then you could put it in your CoCo.
Now, will you offer the flash burning for standard stuff, like say a floppy disk controller with disk basic 1.1, so that it's easier for people that are just taking the simpler route?
Sure. Yeah. If you want to specify that, I will. I'm not going to advertise that openly, but
yeah, of course.
If you need something like that, extended basic, whatever, then I can.
I mean, even legally, I don't know if there'd be much of an issue because if I'm replacing the
You're
ROM
replacing,
I already have, I obviously have it.
you're
So.
replacing what you already have. So if I have a Coco 2 or 3, or let's say Coco 2 that has a separate extended basic ROM, I could ask you to send me one of these with extended basic on it, and I would just plug it in the same ROM socket, but then I would also have the real-time clock.
Correct.
And my last question is, I'm assuming there's an onboard battery or is it an external battery?
It's an onboard battery. The battery is you don't see it. It's another PC board, and it's actually going to be sandwiched on top of this board here. This board is.
So you can replace the battery though, unlike say the original smartwatch, we had to replace the whole chip.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be a little coin battery.
A little lithium battery.
A little lithium battery that could be easily replaced.
Right.
It's not a CR232. I can't remember the part number offhand. But
is it like a 13 something? CR13 something?
Just a dumb question, and since nobody's going to need a real-time clock that's not running Nitrous 9, and Nitrous 9 is mostly going to be running on a Coco 3, could this just be a stock thing to have the Coco 3 basic ROM on it, and then we just plug it into our Cocos and not need to use a cartridge? I mean, that seems like that would be the most sensible thing.
Yeah, you could do it that way.
As long as you don't mind desoldering the chip because it's soldered in.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Oh, see, that shows you how dumb I am. Okay. All right.
And the other thing is that, well, someone like Curtis will have to probably mod the utilities for the smartwatch to use the Coco 3's basic ROM area instead of the cartridge slot ROM area to talk
yeah,
to.
that's not too hard to do.
Yeah, but like I said, all this board that you see here, this is the size of a standard ROM, which is kind of the cool thing. The battery sits on top of this. It'll fit in the same footprint inside on this board itself, and it's only going to be like 12 millimeters tall. It's very small.
That's
Very
cool.
nice.
Do you have an expected price for this yet?
I haven't really come up with a price yet, but
Okay.
it's gonna like always, it's gonna be reasonable. You know how
I have a question, Richard.
Yes.
Will this work with a Coco SDC?
No.
Yeah, there's not a standard ROM socket on the SDC, is there?
No.
No.
Well, wouldn't it, if you put it in the place of the extended color basic ROM, it wouldn't be an issue then, would it? Because it'd be
No.
part of the computer.
You just put that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for people with soldering skills, that's not a big deal. Or if you have an older Coco 1 or 2 socketed ROMs, but for people like me that can only solder their hair and poorly,
right,
that's a bit of an issue.
Well, you could also go with the extreme example of stick it in a ROM pack game.
Oh yeah.
And put it in your multi-pack, yeah. If you have a
can pull
multi-pack
in
or mini.
multi-pack. There's
Put that in
lots
your
of places where you
multi-pack
can
and
put
smoke
this
it,
thing.
So basically, it just needs access to the address and data bus, really.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you going to offer a 28-pin version? This is a 24, obviously.
Right. Yeah. There's going to be a 28-pin version as well. This is the 24.
Excellent.
So, like I said, I came up with this. I've been planning to order the boards, and test this out, but I haven't done it yet. I will probably do it this weekend to send the boards off, to get made. I still need to work on my speech sound cartridge modification. I have those boards. I just haven't soldered one up to test it to make sure it works. But if it does work, those should be out very, very soon. The other announcement I have is I finally got in, people have been asking me this for months and months and months, is the Paragon joystick adapters. I finally got cables in, and I should have new Paragon adapters by next week, by the 1st of October.
Cool. Now I have another question for you too. Like I noticed that you have been selling some of your SDCs now to help second source from Zipster. Have you got a handle on getting cases with yours yet?
Not yet. I just need to make room in my garage to where I can set up my 3D printer, and I just haven't done that, and I need to get that done. My whole intention with the whole SDC thing, and I just didn't realize how popular I mean, I've been selling them left and right, and matter of fact, there was a YouTube video by LGR. He did one, and he showed off one of the SDCs.
Yep.
And I had 15 orders that one day.
Wow.
Because I was like, where are all these orders coming from?
Yeah, well, he had 165,000 views in that video, so that explains it.
And I just like, holy cow. And I got orders from overseas and things like that. And people have been asking me about the cases, and the whole intention was to be a second source, as in if Ed didn't have them available, I would have them. And it was also as a backup. People want to have a second SDC card board, and they can have that, and they would already have the case, or they would print their own cases. That was the original intent. But
Well,
this might explain why I can't get repair parts for my SDC number 2. Maybe I should call you. I just need chips. I don't need anything else. I just need chips.
Oh, you just need the which ones?
I'm not sure. I black screened my Coco with mine since I tried to plug in my Birkenberg hard drive and did something evil. And so yeah, I need an SDC for my shop Coco, so I don't put my main Coco on the line every time I do something, which I do.
So you just need the well, there's 4 chips that come. One's a flash chip, and then there's 2 CPLDs, and then there's the Atmel.
Yeah, I've got I think it was referred to as the bus transceiver. I replaced that. That didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to buy the other 3. If you could sell me those 3, I would certainly give you money.
Okay. Well, I can just do all 4. I mean, just make it, because
yeah, that works.
I can burn them in and send them to you. So, after the show, or get on Discord and send me your information, and I'll.
Will do. Thank you.
But yeah,
no
Richard,
problem.
if once you do get your 3D printer back up and running, and you actually get some 3D cases going on your own, I know I've had a lot of requests from that too, because Zipster's always sold out of his SDCs. Maybe you catch him when he makes a batch of them, and they're gone within like a week, and then he doesn't have them for 2 months again. And a lot of people have been asking about the cases, because they see it on your site, but they go, I can't get a case there, so maybe I'll wait for Zipster, because I don't want to have to dealing with 2 people at once trying to ship stuff across. So.
Right.
And as far as printing services go, I have an Ender 3 sitting in the back room that's sitting idle most of the time. So
yeah,
print them for PLA. Yeah.
And just as a side note, I actually got the case for mine from there was a couple of different designs on Thingiverse, and then if you have a printer, you can download those, or they have a network, and this is what it is, they have a network of people that will print the case for you, and that's the route I took.
Right, and also John Strong sells them too. You go to strongware.net, I believe his site. You can contact him that way. And
no, I know there's other ways to do it. I just know that a lot of the people that have talked to me and asking about it have always said, I want to get everything from one source. I don't want to have to deal with ordering a board, getting it this week, and getting my case 3 weeks later, or vice versa type thing. They want to just get it all here. It's done, ready to go.
Right. No, I understand that. But like I said, the whole intention was it was just a backup source, because what really irritated me was I do a lot of business on eBay, and I would see some of these occasionally go up on eBay for $100 to $200, and and I'm just like, no, that's not right.
Yeah, and that just shows the demand. I mean, if you can sell something that's in active production for more than the original seller is and get away with it, obviously there's a shortage.
Right.
How much are you selling yours without the case for, Richard?
It's $58.
Yeah, I might have to take you up on that for my CoCoD project, because I don't actually need the case for it. And actually having one without the case, I'm going to put a little lid on the side where the Coco SDC is mounted, and that would work perfectly. So.
Right. Yeah, the difference, what I did is to differentiate between mine and Ed's is his are blue, mine are black. And one of the other things that kind of why mine were delayed was the SDC module itself, the socket. I had to actually make my own, because nobody out there makes black SDC module cases.
Oh yeah, wow.
So I had to roll my own, as you might say. But we both get the parts from the same sources. I don't there's really no I don't think there's any difference. And the other reason I wanted to differentiate them is I didn't want one being bought from me and then they turn around and have, go to Ed trying to get support or vice versa. I don't think that's,
Yeah, warranty, repairs, etc. So
yeah, and so I didn't want to.
No, if you want to send them all to Jim Brain, go right ahead. But
right, yeah. But I also wanted to also mention, like I said, the Paragon adapters will be available the first part of probably by the end of or next Saturday. I should have some more available. I did finally find a reliable source for the cables, but it was just been a long time coming to get those things. I had to pull a lot of teeth to get those because with this pandemic going on, getting stuff from China has been a hit and miss with shipping and dealing with some of the vendors. It's just been it's been totally different than it was last year as far as dealing with some of these vendors.
David, go ahead. I know you've been trying to chime in. David Ladd.
Yeah, I was going to say originally the plan also was for me to try to do some of the cases, like Richard had stated. What was that, a couple of months ago, Richard?
Right.
But yeah, I've had unfortunate printer issues for the last few months and still waiting on parts.
Yeah.
It must be coming from China.
Actually, the Ender series printers are designed and manufactured in China. So yes, the original parts I'm trying to wait on is from China.
Well, couldn't you just print yourself a new one?
Well, you got to have a working printer to print a part.
yeah, catch you there.
It's actually
the joke.
It's actually faster and cheaper to buy. Well, like an old 3, which is at the end of its lifespan, you can buy a new one for $200, which is faster and cheaper than getting the parts for it. I might end up with 6 of the damn things the way things are going. But the thing is, a part like the ones I'm printing now, it takes 8 hours to print the dang thing. So
yeah, right.
It doesn't matter if you have a printer or not. It's how many printers do you have and how many parts do you need. It may need to be a community effort just to make the dang parts fast enough.
I just found the little battery that I'm going to be using for the real-time clock. It's a CR1216.
Okay.
That's a great battery. Big fan of that one.
People want to look them up and see. Yeah, because the CR 2032 is just too big. It would actually. But this one fits perfectly.
What's the lifespan on the
replaceable battery?
I believe it's like 6 months.
Yeah. Okay.
Is this something you're going to be able to replace yourself, or is it going to be one with like?
Oh no! It's going to have a little slot. It's a surface mount battery holder, and it's PC board mounted, and you would just slide this battery in, and it's easily replaceable.
That'd be 3 volts, wouldn't it?
Right.
It would be probably, if anybody technically, inclined to experiment and everything, it would be possible to make up a little, like, something with a supercat, make it rechargeable, so you don't have to replace it.
Yeah, you could, but
I don't know if it's worth it because those batteries are not expensive from what I
Yeah,
remember.
coin cells are so cheap. Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking from a practicality perspective. If you put it in where the ROMs chips are, then you don't have to take your case apart every time you want to replace the battery.
But the battery, I think, lasts like 10 years, doesn't it?
No, it lasts a long time. So I mean, it's.
I know my original smartwatch lasted 12 years before it died, but unfortunately, the battery's embedded in the actual chip itself, so you had to replace the whole damn thing.
Right. Yeah. These batteries are like 70-80 cents a piece, so it's not like, putting in the design.
It wasn't really the cost I was thinking. I was just more the practicality, not having to pull the CoCo apart to replace it.
The other nice thing about these button cells is the numbers are just the size.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is the same, the power delivery is the same, the capacity changes, but you could pretty much bodge anything in if they change sizes 5 years down the road.
I've got a Boss effects unit here, Roland effects unit that uses 2 R32 batteries, and it chews through the things. So I actually pulled it out and I put 2 AA's in it and a AA holder. And it works great.
Just a quick question here. So Richard, if a person had this is from the inside of a ROM cartridge, I don't know, do people make these where you could You could put a socket on it, and then you could just put your.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
Mark Overholzer's got one.
Yeah, I think he has one of those, but I think you can go to OSH Park.
Yeah,
and you can
Mark
get
Blair.
them from there.
Mark
they're,
J. Blair.
Yeah.
Yeah, who we mentioned earlier in the show, actually.
Yes,
Okay.
the Mark H. Blair cartridges. I would recommend that you, if you want to get those made, download the Gerber file from OSH Park and then get them made from JLC PCB. Because for what you'll
they're
pay,
a lot cheaper.
for what you'll pay from OSH Park, you can get a whole handful from JLC PCB.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you could probably get 50 or 60 boards from JLBC than OSH Park.
In fact, this is why I'm retooling my entire endeavor here, so I can do proper Gerber files and so forth for that sort of sourcing.
Neat.
Yeah, I actually use Eagle as well. I've been using it for a couple of years. The learning curve is really tremendous. It takes a lot to learn.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Yeah,
Jim-
and Jim Brain had helped me out quite a bit to get to help solve a lot of problems, and he's an expert at it. I hate him.
Yeah, Jim Brain is also the one that helped me get started because of my mouse project. I also had my own prototype RTC ROM adapter, which I like Richard's better. But I've done my own. I'm sure like what Jason and Richard, it's sometimes being able to design and make your own shit's fun because it's like, and then you get to see your work come back a couple weeks later, and it's like, I designed this.
Yeah, the only thing I hate about Eagle was I had the middle version, which cost $100. It's not the free version, but I was paying $100 a year for it. And then they started giving out Fusion 360, which is another program that Autodesk, which is the people that market Eagle. And I thought, oh, this is great. So when my subscription expired or about to expire, I was going to renew it. And they said, no, it's not going to be $100. It's going to be $600.
Oh, far out.
And I actually use it enough, or I for larger boards that I actually need the other version, the paid version. But I did manage to get a substantial discount, but it's still expensive.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. That's
And
nuts.
just one last question. It's more just an understanding because I've never really done anything with the real-time clock though. So like if you boot up OS 9, it's going to prompt you for the date and time. When you enter it in, is that when this thing would pick up on the date and
You don't
time,
have to
and
enter
then-
in at all. You
You
enter it
change
in
the
once,
plan.
and then you don't have to enter it in at all. It'll pull it automatically.
Right, that's what I mean. But the first time you use this cartridge and you put in the date and time when you're in OS 9, then it's going to remember that, and the next time you boot up, it's just going to pop right in there. Is that how it would
Well,
work then, or?
Normally-
No. When you enter that in, that's a separate program. And
Oh, okay.
what Nitrous 9 will do is there's it'll read off from the real-time clock. And
Is that driver built into ease of use right now, Curtis?
Not right now, but it's a pretty easy change, so not a problem.
Right, yeah, it'll just read off what it'll do is it'll read off the real-time clock and say, okay, and because you have to use a utility to enter the date and time and all that into the
Okay.
real-time clock.
Yeah, that's the part I was
and
missing
then
there.
then it'll read it after
Okay.
that continuous.
So it's like putting something in your AutoExec bat file to launch the clock
Right.
the clock
Yeah, it's
reader
get clock or something
Get
like
clock,
that. I
okay.
can't remember the
Exactly.
name
Yeah.
off the top of my head.
Sit time.
Okay.
Right,
Right, there's
Okay.
the best analogy for this real-time clock, it's basically a wristwatch for your computer. That's all it is, because your computer will say, what time is it? It'll look on the wristwatch and it'll see it, and then it'll update accordingly. It's its own internal clock, real-time clock. deal.
Yeah.
And we usually set them up so they'll refresh from the hardware clock every once in a while in case you're running some programs that actually shut the clock down for a bit, like some sound playing programs. So
Right.
it'll actually get itself refreshed every half an hour, or whatever.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how you set the time initially. That was the part I was kind of
Yeah,
missing.
no,
there.
it's just a utility called set clock, which you can actually run separately
Okay.
anytime you want.
Right. And
Thank you.
There's also we'll have to take a look, Richard, at actually getting the ADOS extended ADOS 3 to support that too, because it actually supports the real time clock as well.
Right. Yeah. So once the thing about the real time clock, you don't have to enter, when on the setup screen or the booted screens, you don't have to input your time every single time you boot up. It'll do it automatically. It'll read it off the real time clock. But you do have to do once in a while, just compare it to make sure that it stays within, it's.
Yeah, because the software clock drifts a little bit. Plus, like I said, if you're running sound routines that shut interrupts off, like the timing interrupt to play a sound sample, it'll lose time. Or if you have a halting like the old style floppy drives, it'll lose time. So you do have to, refresh it once in a while.
Right.
Yeah, Brian. Yeah, besides the utility for setting the clock, right now the smartwatch utility that I believe is on the ease of use now, there's also the read clock utility, which you put that in place of the set time that's in the startup file. And then every time Nitrous 9 boots, it reads it, sets the software clock, and then it's done. The driver that would be the clock 2 module, that needs some work to correctly work, because I found that that's not working at the moment.
Is there a way you can set it up so that, say for example, you have interrupts causing issues with it dropping time? Is there a way to have OS 9 recognize that there was an interrupt here that could affect the time and then automatically reread the clock at all?
Unfortunately, if you was running something that had interrupts off, you'd probably have to rerun the read clock manually until we can find someone to fix the clock 2 module for the smartwatch.
Either Bill or I will fix that.
Yeah,
it goes back. It goes back to that. How many interrupts do we not know that we skipped? Question. That we had
It almost seems like if you're trying to put a provision into an operating system to frequently refresh a clock, that's just slowing down the OS for unnecessary reasons too. So it's just
that's a good
doesn't
point.
seem like there's not a perfect solution right now, but this is definitely a step in the right direction.
The clock modules were designed for, like, from DriveWire, the smartwatch, the disto clock, all those clock modules.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, they're all set to once a minute, or at least what they feel is once a minute, to reread the clock and update itself. So that way it's always...
That's good enough. A minute interval. Yeah. Oh.
No, I want to make one last minute announcement. Nick Rhoda, you already know this. But Bode has started streaming this Coco 3 on real hardware with this brand new switcheroo. So he's actually seeing games in RGB for the first time. Cool. Over on Twitch. I posted the link in the chat.
Brian Joyce just popped in. Extructus Productions. Good day, Brian. Good day.
That's good to know, Curtis. Well, geez, Jason, your products keep making YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube. Wow, YouTube.
Wow.
I've never been on there.
No, what is that? I've heard of that.
This YouTube you speak of, or well, I guess it's on Twitch.
Well, it'll eventually be on YouTube, I'm sure.
Yeah, so am I.
Hey, just to totally change the topic for a split second, Nick Moroda, which version of Pac-Man do you have running in the background? I've loaded up all of them. I'm trying to find one that'll just run a demo in the background, and none of them do.
It's the transcode.
That is the Glenn Hewlett.
Yeah, if it's
Pac-Man
scrolling, it's a transcode.
Yeah, that's.
It's not the Nick Marentes version. It's the transcode.
Yeah, I thought I loaded that up before, but I didn't notice it running a demo. It just. Oh, you're not running a demo. You're just running it in play mode. And
it's a demo.
That's the actual arcade game.
That's the MAME ROM. So
that's the actual Pac-Man game running on the Coco because it's been converted to 6809. It's called the Pac-Man transcode. You can get it from Glenn Hewlett. I believe there's a link to it on my.
It's on the SDC image as well.
Yeah.
Is it on the SDC image? Okay.
So I've got a whole ton of them here. I've got Pack Tack, I've got Pack Tack 2, Pack Demo, Pack Droid, Pack Dude 2, Pack Man, Pack Maze, Pac Man.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called on the image. I know I got it manually quite some time ago.
Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Just Pac-Man.
Just Pac-Man. Okay, I thought I loaded that before, but maybe I didn't. Let's try that one. See what it does.
Yep,
that's my.
Is
Oh,
that
yeah,
next?
Pac-Man Z80 transcode to Coco 3. It says.
Okay.
Oh, that's it.
If you know if it's more difficult than the actual Pac-Man, then you know you're playing the Nick Morantes version.
Crikey. Do we have any more updates, acquisitions? Anything else to talk about? Anything to show?
Oh, there was
Anything to
one
tell?
other thing I was going to mention. I'm going to be going up, if some people remember the Computer Reset up in Dallas, that computer store.
Yes.
They are reopening this weekend. It's by appointment only. I'm going to be going there tomorrow morning to go shopping.
Oh.
I'll meet you down there.
Oh, you going?
No.
Oh.
I'd like to one day, but
yeah.
I mean, it's drivable for me.
Yeah.
Hey Richard, if they allow you, you should do a little recording there and share it with us.
They won't.
Okay.
You have to get permission.
Okay.
They made a very big deal about no cameras, or
Okay.
you have to get permission first.
Okay.
Where was this place when I was in Dallas?
Probably closed.
Oh, it's been there forever.
I never heard about it. I lived within 10 miles of that place for years. Never saw it. Never heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm gone. It's there.
Yep.
Press the button, David, to start the game.
Well, that's what I was saying before. Do you need to actually start?
Yes, you need to start it. Once you start it, it starts up in a
once
track
it's
mode.
started, that's now running.
Now it's in a track
Okay,
mode.
So that'll just run in a demo now.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like the arcade machine.
Yeah. Alan Murphy,
cool.
you were raising up some fingers.
Yeah, I've got a couple
Some
of
or one?
acquisitions. I just wanted to share real quick.
A bit low in level there.
Your volume's low, Alan.
Sorry about that. Speech sound cartridge. Woohoo! And shipment from the Cylon homeworld, CoCoTALK. And the Coco PSG. That's it.
Cool.
Oh.
Crikey.
Now, that means you're almost ready for Richard's Sound Speech Pack mod.
Correct. Very much so.
All right. Well, have we wrapped it up? Have we shown all we need to show and told all we need to tell?
No more horse shit left.
All right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's time to shoot. I was going to say, I think it's time to shoot that horse in the head. Let's run the outroad.
All right. So, to play us out, we will play out to the latest, greatest hit from D. Bruce Moore, I Want Tandy, and then we'll play the credits. So, David Ladd, do you want to ask everybody to say goodbye to everybody?
Everybody, your parting thoughts?
Goodbye to everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Peace, Weasel.
Don't need a C64. Vic 20 is such a bore. Apple II is priced so high. Tandy, I'm gonna buy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. Gonna play till the sun goes down. Ain't no final games around. Model 100 in my car. Just like Fletcher, I'll go far.
I love that line.
Yeah, me too.
I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy.
I need it tonight.
What, Jake?
need it tonight.
I knew you would. 40 years have come and gone. Tandy, I'm still counting on. Software, hardware, something new. Can't do without my switcheroo. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. I want Tandy. Tandy sitting on my desk. Tandy for my BBS. Tandy word processing. Tandy for everything. Tandy when I'm alone. Tandy on my telephone. Tandy will never die. Tandy, don't ask me why. I want Tandy. I want Tandy.
That was awesome.
I love the funky talk box clap.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Diffendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.